Back goes Mahomes. He fires. It's intercepted on a deflection. There's the turnover. Intercepted by Makuba. Down the far sideline he goes all the way across the 40. There is the interception that could change this game dramatically.
Game isn't necessarily won off of fireworks. It's won off of scoring more points than the other team. And so that's what we're able to do. And that's complementary football. That's what it's about. You know, in the end, you play the game for one reason. You play the game to win, nothing more, nothing less. And I'm happy that we were able to find a way to win.
As heard on 97.3 ESPN, Merrill Reese, Mike Quick on the call. Jalen Hurts, the Eagles hold off the Chiefs yesterday. One would say they pushed their way past the Chiefs at Arrowhead. The Sports Bash is live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Good Monday, everybody. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Pete G is my on-site producer. Josh Henning is back in the Ocean Casino Resort studios. You out there. The Eagles win yesterday. Not pretty. Not pretty, but as Jalen Hurts said, you don't win games because of fireworks. He even got into a little bit of a conversation on the field yesterday. They got picked up. Chris Jones said, yo, you don't even have 100 yards. He says, we won the game. Shut your ass up.
He did say that.
And he did say that. The Eagles win 20-10 yesterday. It was kind of a 20-13, excuse me. Kind of a if you left that game and say, were you impressed with the Eagles, you would say, But I would say this. A win on the road against a team desperate for its season right there. That Chiefs team falls to 0-2. It is not easy to win in Arrowhead. This is a team that has now lost 3 straight games, 2 of the 3 to Philadelphia. That is a game that you know the Chiefs were not going to go down easy, and they fought their way through that game yesterday. There were moments in the game, but really it was the tush push that was a huge factor in the game. More on that coming up because Adam Schefter said something this morning.
I heard that.
That is really, really interesting about why the Philadelphia Eagles won that game. And here is what Adam Schefter said. This was this morning on Get Up. He didn't say the Eagles won the game because they played outstanding defense. He didn't say the Eagles won the game because, by the way, the score was 20-17. What did I say? 20-10. Then I said 20-13. It was 20-17 the Eagles won the game. But Schefter didn't say he won the game because of great defense. He didn't say they won the game because Jalen Hurts was 15 of 22. Very efficient day, only for 101 yards. He didn't say they won the game because Barkley had 22 carries for 88 yards. He didn't say they won the game for anything that the players did. He said they won the game way back in the spring. Take a listen.
This game was lost in March. This game was lost when the NFL owners refused to ban the tush push from happening. It wasn't lost yesterday. It was lost in March. And there might be a lot of games that the Eagles play that are lost in March because this play is unstoppable. It not only does the defense not know how to handle it, but even the officials don't even know how to handle it. You're seeing the Eagles linemen jump off sides every play, and nothing's called.
It's a false start.
So the officials have no idea. Defenses have no idea, and the Eagles get to do whatever they want on every single play in the tush push. And, again, I know people hate it, but they have mastered it.
They have mastered it, and they used it yesterday. How many times did they use that play yesterday?
7.
7 times they used that play yesterday. And essentially, the Chiefs just could not stop it, and it drops the Chiefs to the 0-2 for the first time since 2014. It's the last time the Chiefs did not make the playoffs. But listen, I think that's more fun. That's more conversation.
That was a little ridiculous by Schefter. Can we say that?
It was a little
That was a
hyperbole
little overstated.
Here.
Come on, man.
What he should have said is the Eagles won the game because their defense was awesome yesterday. You know, this is a defense that we're not sure what to make of it, right? This is a defense that we don't know what to expect from this defense. And they absolutely went out there and dominated a game against Patrick Mahomes, who just was disoriented seemingly all day long. 55% completion, only 187 yards. He throws the huge interception, which isn't really his fault because Kelsey doesn't catch that ball. Makuba picks it up. You heard that play to start the day today. and that starts off the Eagles' first reaction. It's brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle City. This season, score big with First Bank of Sea Isle City. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. So the Eagles' first reaction for me is the Eagles' defense was just absolutely dominant yesterday. They dominated the Chiefs in every single capacity. You look up and down the numbers. Mahomes could not really get to a rhythm yesterday. You look at the receiving yesterday. Kelsey, 4 for 61. They had the one pass to Thornton that he ended up getting 49 yards. Other than that, they had nothing going for them. They couldn't run the ball at all yesterday. Pacheco, 10 carries for 22 yards. And this is an Eagles team that we were wondering what this defense is going to be. Now, they're going to face better offenses than the Chiefs. That we know. We talked about it on Friday. The fact that we just didn't think that the Chiefs had an explosive, big play offense. Just couldn't find ways for them to score. But I think the Eagles had a lot to do with that. And you think about the way they played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl last year. They did not blitz one time. Yesterday, the Eagles blitzed 11 times in the game. And I thought that was a big factor. They sacked Mahomes twice, but they had him running all over the place yesterday. He just could not get himself set. And you got to give credit to the Eagles a couple of areas. One, you got to give credit to the secondary yesterday. You know, last week was a week where Adoree Jackson, and he didn't have a great game yesterday. In fact, did you see Adoree Jackson collide with the safety? If that play would have been hit, we might have been having a different conversation
late
yesterday.
In the fourth quarter.
He collided with somebody, and Mahomes just overthrew the ball. But Adoree Jackson was a big conversation last week. He, didn't have a terrible game. Makuba had a great game. He has a sack. He has a tackle for loss. He has the interception. He was all over the place yesterday. I thought Jahad Campbell had a good game yesterday. You saw, it's weird seeing number 30 play defense, but I felt like number 30 was kind of all over the field yesterday. Cooper DeJean had a good game yesterday. That Eagle defense was active, and they attacked from all over the place. And quite frankly, that defense took a big jump from week 1 to week 2. There was a lot of things now. Jalen Carter being out there. I thought Zadarius Smith played a factor in the game yesterday. He had a big day. But if I'm giving out a game ball, I thought one guy who had a big game yesterday was Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith, I thought, was all over the place. And Nolan Smith is a guy that, I have questions about whether his size will allow him to play a 17-game season at the way he did yesterday. Now, if you just look at the stats and say, hey, what did Nolan Smith do? He didn't have a huge day on the stat sheet, but he was in there, man. He was in and around the football, taking on blockers. He did a great job setting the edge. I thought Nolan Smith played really well. I thought Moro Ojomo had a good game yesterday. I mean, the Eagles' defense showed up. They showed up, and they balled out in a game on the road. And I got to tell you, didn't it seem that crowd was into it for it just seemed like they never hit the off button for the first half of that game. It was just constantly loud in there. And I tweeted at one point that the energy of this crowd and their defense was flying around and making plays and giving the Eagles offense all sorts of problems. But what it wasn't doing was affecting the Eagles defense. And the Eagles defense was going toe-to-toe with them until the game kind of settled in, and that crowd just had no energy left because the Eagles defense took them out of it. It was a great game plan by Vic Fangio and that defense. Now, keep in mind, that Chiefs offense, I would say, is probably, other than Mahomes, they are a bottom half of the league offense. That is not a great offense. Not a lot of weapons. So they're going to take a big step up this week when they play the Rams. We'll talk more about that game, obviously, down the line. But I thought for Sunday, the Eagles' defense was a great story. The offense, not a great story. They ran the ball well with Barkley. Hurts made some plays. They had some pretty good third down numbers. They got A.J. Brown more involved, but he just didn't really have a big play. He only had 5 catches for 27 yards. They did throw the ball to him 8 times. Smith had the big play where he adjusted himself. That was a huge play in the game, by the way. But they couldn't get anything else going in the pass game at all. And you have to have serious questions right now about what's going on with this offense through the first 2 weeks, right? I mean, this offense for the first 2 weeks of the season has been pedestrian at best. They just can't get anything, in a rhythm. They can't get anybody established. The pass game just looks completely discombobulated. They ran the ball good, not great. But they did get the win. They're 2-0, and that's what's most important. And that's our Eagles' first reaction, brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle City. This season scored big with First Bank of Sea Isle City. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. So that's the big story with the Eagles, I thought, was the defense yesterday. And I don't know how anybody could say anything other than the fact that their defense was absolutely dominant in the game, right? I mean, that was the storyline, was that Kansas City just couldn't do anything.
And it really goes to show you how much importance the draft is for this team. The guys that you mentioned, you didn't even mention Jalen Carter, but if you go back the last 3 drafts, Howie's really spent the top 2 picks on defense, right? Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Mitchell, DeJean, and then the 2 guys this year, Makuba and Campbell. Those 6 guys really contributed to the game yesterday, to the win.
They all did, and, you take a look at the fact that all the new faces on defense, well, last year.
All the young new faces, too.
And we talked about it on Friday's show, was they had 6 sacks in the Super Bowl. Well, 2.5 of them from Josh Sweat, and the other 2.5 were from
Milton Williams.
And those 2 guys weren't here. Well, who got sacks yesterday in this game? Guys who were not here last year. You had Makuba with a sack. You had Zadarius Smith. He had a half a sack.
He was on the couch yesterday. 2 days ago.
Right. They just bought him out. And then Moro Ojomo. Now, he was here yesterday, but he was not a big factor. Obviously didn't play as much. But Ojomo had a sack. Zadarius Smith and Makuba team up for a sack. So you got contributions in this game from guys who were not here last year. And that was good to see. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Eagles win. I got to tell you, Howie Long said it after the game. Man, this was a rough game to watch. It was not a fun game to watch. It was not an entertaining game. It was not a game, though, where I ever felt that the Chiefs were ready to do something. Like, I never felt like, when Mahomes is out there, you feel like, okay, it's Mahomes. I never had that feeling.
There were a couple plays where Mahomes extended him. He ran for a first down, whatever. But they really were bottled down by the Eagles' defense, especially on that 1 4th down call early on in the game that the Eagles stopped them on. That's when I felt that the game was totally in the Eagles' control.
They went for it on their own, side of the field, and the Eagles stopped them. And, at that moment, you're like, they're desperate because they're going desperate for it. And
that's
Eagles
out of character
them.
from Andy Reid.
Well, also, guys, that was a full house backfield, too. They've had everybody they could at the line in the backfield, and they still couldn't get the first down. It was like the Eagles said, come at me with your best shot. The Chiefs said, okay. And then the Eagles said, go home, little boy.
And that was after the 3rd down stop. I think DeJean had that tackle.
On the left side,
He had I'll tell you what, he had a great tackle.
Yeah, that one,
Makuba had a nice tackle at one point. Open field, one-on-one. He makes a nice stop.
Yep.
It's a process of getting these guys up to speed. We saw it last year. It took them, they weren't great right off the bat, the defense last year. I'm not saying this defense is great because, quite frankly, I think the Chiefs' offense, especially this week without Worthy, was limited. But
yeah, I'd like for Schefter to mention that Worthy was out.
But that's
he
the
was
problem.
Injured. Rasheed Rice is suspended, so maybe that contributed to the loss, not just the tush push.
Guys, really quick, part of the problem with this conversation, and that is the Eagles' defense now 2 straight weeks has been elite in the second half. But all these national shows are talking about the tush push. Like, how much talk about the fact that Vic Fangio might be the best defensive coordinator in football? How much talk about that? But no, we're talking about the tush push on national shows today.
Well, I could give a devil's advocate to that and say if your defense didn't show out well against that offense, you should be concerned. That offense is pedestrian.
Yeah.
But instead, we should give them credit. They got the job done.
Are they pedestrian? Well, my question is, are they pedestrian because they're not trying to score and be aggressive, or they're pedestrian because
of course they're trying to score.
Of course, that's my point.
But they're not they just don't have the talent. They don't have any speed on the outside. Your best weapon, think
so
about
they're
this.
conservative because of that. That's the correlation there?
They don't run the ball a lick.
Why are they
can't
so
run the
conservative?
ball.
Why
Well,
are
their
they so
offensive
conservative?
line is trash. Aside
Their
from two
offensive
guys.
line's not great.
Why does Sirianni settle for a field goal at the end of the first half when he could have pushed it?
That was one spot where I think, for the first time you saw a little indecision and a little bit because Sirianni.
Is that because of his lack of confidence in Patullo's play calling?
Could be. I mean, you saw
offense?
Jalen Hurts was visibly upset
Right.
or not happy with what was going on
But
there.
was that the right move?
Pete, I'm so glad you brought that up because I think Patullo is the real negative of the game. The reason why the game was
I do
aesthetically
too.
not pleasing was because of the offense. The Eagles' defense went and did their job. The Eagles' offense, they looked like they were out of ideas by halftime.
Oh, listen, I think you can certainly make a case that we can have a whole discussion on what the offense looks like. Kevin Patullo, is he in over his head? I mean, it's 2 weeks in. I don't want to sit here and already say I'm out on this guy, but I have not been impressed with what I've seen. The passing game looks pedestrian, almost elementary, and we're going to talk to John McMullen tonight at 5 o'clock. Grayson's grades at 3 o'clock. Of course, football at 4 with Mosher. So we're going to cover it from all the angles, but when you look at Kevin Patullo's offense, is that a problem? Like, the stuff that they're running, is that stuff that, hey, the other team's just really defending really well? Because, Kansas City's defense isn't like, think about it. They gave up 40 burger last year to this offense.
And they gave up a ton of points to Herbert last week.
Yeah, I definitely think the Patullo part of this is going to be discussed and should. Now, they did win the game, and it was a close game. 20-17 by no stretch. I mean, you needed to basically tush-push your way to a victory yesterday. You had to tush-push your way, and they're not wrong about this. The way that the officials, I mean, you heard what Dean Blandino said yesterday. He said, I'm done with this tush-push.
He's done.
He's an official, and he's like, I can't officiate this play.
Right.
I don't know where the ball is. I don't know when he's down. I don't know where to spot it. I mean, he's got a legitimate question. And look, I said in the offseason, if I was in charge of the league, the play should not be allowed, in my opinion, but it's there. And you got to, figure out a way to do something with it. And no team has either A, figured out a way to stop it, number one, and B, no other team has really even tried to do it. That's the crazy part about this thing. So everybody can complain and bemoan it, and I agree with those things. I think the play should be banned. I don't want to see it banned. As an Eagles fan, I don't want it to be banned. I'm just saying as an objective football observer, that play should not be legal. But that being said, the Eagles needed that play to work. They needed that play to win that game
Did
yesterday.
they run it too many times? Is there too many times to run it?
Yes.
I think they ran it a little bit too much.
They ran it because it was like Patullo was out of ideas.
Yeah, but you
blame
know what?
the
They relied on
offensive
it too much,
coordinator.
yeah.
But I disagree with that part of it because they're going to run it whenever the down and distance calls for it.
But to me, the tush push, when I'm okay with it, is when it's 4th and goal and you're at the 1. Then you run it. When you're 4th and 1 at the 35 and you want to go for it, I don't know. They just
That's when you do it.
I know, but when
Whenever
you do it too many times,
whenever the down and distance, and Brady said it yesterday during the broadcast, is, look, they only need 3 downs because if it's 3rd and 1, they're going to do it, and they're going to run it again.
does your play calling get affected on the 3rd down because you only need to get 8 yards instead of a
But
full
what's
first
the
down?
difference? If you know that you have that play, if it's 3rd down and short or 4th down and short, you know you have that play in your back pocket, so why wouldn't you use it?
Doesn't it feel like when a magician does his magic trick too many times, people start to catch on to it and they get mad
because every time
because they can't figure it out?
No, because every time they did it, you're like, they're getting this. And then the one time they stopped it, and I think Sirianni challenged it, they ended up getting it anyway. Like, why would you challenge it? That was this thing I said, what are you challenging it? It was the touchdown. They
Yes.
challenged the touchdown. And I said, what are you challenging it for? They're not going to stop it twice in a row.
Nope.
Now, your question is, are they running the play because he's so limited on – no, I don't think so. It's the down and distance that is – that play is predicated on down and distance. If it's 3rd down in inches or 4th down in inches or 1,
Or
they're
is
going to call
it's,
it.
It's also predicated on moving the chains and staying on the field and extending drives and keeping the ball out of Mahomes' hand. and all
Everybody's
that.
hands. There's nobody that the Eagles are going to say, we fear that you're going to stop this play And you just heard what Adam Schefter said. This game was won in March when they did not get rid of that play because nobody can figure out how to stop it. And if you need a half a yard or you need 1 yard, you have that play that you will always – and look, they needed that play. They needed that play. Josh, what's the text board saying?
I want to get to Paul from Millville here because he's kind of talking about this. He says, my only complaint from the game is this offensive scheme is giving me Brian Johnson vibes. Way too many balls thrown behind the line of scrimmage, only resulting in 1 or 2 yards. They need to have better schemes because it's obvious that Barkley is getting stuffed more this season early on. That's from Paul in Millville.
Well, and I agree. Right now the offense, nobody, Paul, can sit here and disagree with you that you're saying, hey, I feel great about where the offense is heading. You just can't. I mean, Jalen Hurts has made plays. I'm not saying he's been terrible. Yeah. No one's saying that. I'm just saying, to me, the pass game is just not.
Even the offense as a whole, though, there's no really explosion. Like last year, early on, you could point to Saquon Barkley, his explosiveness with Kellen Moore. You kind of had that feeling. But this year, there's no explosion at all.
I'll ask this question, though. I thought the offensive line gave Hurts a ton of time, and there was nobody open. Or it appeared that there was nobody open. I don't know what the All-22 says. Was he missing guys?
Well, they were saying.
Or were there guys just not open?
Well, they were saying on Inside the Birds, because Geoff Mosher will join you coming up at Football at 4, they said last night that Hurts was having 3 to 5 seconds in pass protection. They said the pass protection was elite last night.
Okay, so we agree. Because I'm saying this guy's got all day to throw the ball, and he's not throwing it to anybody. So was there just nobody open? Was Kansas City taking it away? And then that would be a question. Why? Why is Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown unable to get open?
And by the way, how about that one throw to Brown? It looks like Brown wasn't ready for it. Remember late in the 2-minute
Where he caught
drill?
it with one hand? That play?
The one on third down when they were driving down the field that eventually Elliott kicked the 58-yard field goal. Brown looked like he didn't know the ball was coming on third down, and he was just kind of like, oh no, and he had to reach up and grab it.
Yeah, he really bailed him out with that catch.
A lot of clunkiness in the offense. What do we got? What else we got on the text?
Mike in Wildwood chimes in and says, dominant defense for sure, 2-0, boys. Lots to clean up in offense. Makuba's a dog. His third down stop was great. Rams are a different beast, though. I'm excited to see how we stack up.
Yeah, this feels like the I'm going to make a wrestling reference here.
All right, I can pick that up.
Let's go.
This feels like the Chiefs were like the champion for a long time. They were the face for a while, and then they lost at WrestleMania, and now they've kind of dissolved into the mid-card. Like, the next thing you know, instead of being in the championship run, they're going for, the U.S. championship belt instead.
It's like Randy Orton's been through that.
Right,
AJ
you've been around for so long, you're now just kind of, fading into the mid-card.
And there's
AJ
nothing
Styles
wrong
does
with
a
the
great
Intercontinental
job.
Championship.
But the Chiefs feel like beating them doesn't feel like you beat a Super Bowl contender. If you won against the Chiefs on the road, normally you'd be like, yeah, we beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead. It's not easy to win there. Does it feel like that today? And it makes me ask this question. At Mike Gill Show, vote now. You can text in 609-403-0973.
Wait, it feels like Travis Kelce, the podcaster, dropped that pass instead of Travis Kelce, the Pro Bowl tight end, Hall of Famer tight end.
Kind of.
Is that what it feels like?
Right?
All right.
He feels like he's another guy who's, he was in the main event status, and now he's more of a mid-card.
Now he's just Taylor Swift's
Well, that's
fiance.
just when your best weapon is a 37-year-old. Think about it.
Podcaster type,
when the
right.
Eagles had Zach Ertz, he was really, really, really good until he just was a good version of Zach Ertz, not a great version of Zach Ertz. And Kelce's, he's still Kelce, but he's not Travis Kelce.
2 years ago, he probably catches that ball, right?
So it made me think of this. That Eagles game yesterday, not very entertaining, not a lot of things that stood out, just so far aesthetically not pleasing. Who are you paying more attention to right now? The Phillies, who clinched a playoff berth. I know they didn't win the division, and we were on the roller coaster yesterday, and it was disappointing. But this team has played really well the last couple of weeks. They're in the playoffs. They clinched that yesterday. Or the Eagles. Who are you paying more attention to right now? And right now, the voting is 53-46.
Wow.
So it says the fans are actually more 50-50 on these two teams, which You don't generally see that. Is there something missing with this Eagles team? Because if you beat the Chiefs at Arrowhead, that usually would be the kind of win that makes you say, ha ha, we're legit. Now, I don't think people don't think the Eagles are legit, but you would think that win would have people really excited today. Are you really excited today? Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, the Phillies win. They are going back to the playoffs. They're going to play the Dodgers tonight. 3-game set starts. We'll talk about it.
The Ranger. On the mountain.
Range of danger. Range of danger. NFL Rewind tonight. John McMullen. Grayson's grades. Don't go away. The Sports Bash is live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. All right, welcome back. Sports Match at the Fanatics Sportsbook. And, of course, you got 2 Monday Night Football games tonight, plus the Phillies, a little late-night 10-10 start out in L.A. against the Dodgers. And the Phillies can really put the Dodgers, basically put them away if they can win this series here. The Phillies and Dodgers will open up the series. Phillies have already basically, not officially yet, have won the East, but they are, of course, 12 games up on the Mets, who completely have fallen apart. They did win yesterday in extra innings, and the Phillies do have a 4.5 game lead over the Dodgers, but the Dodgers get a sweep. Now all of a sudden that's kind of interesting, and the Phillies, of course, are only 2 back of the Brewers. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort, game day ready this season. And, Mike, they couldn't get the job done yesterday, but we saw the Nola coaster again. You had a 2-0 lead. Nola seemingly cruising along. And last week we're wondering if we could trust him, and it felt like, yeah, you know what? And then he went right back this way. It feels like you can't trust Nola this season. You just got to think as if he can't help you.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable. He comes off the 6 shutout innings against the Mets, and you say, hey, maybe this guy has found something. Then he goes out and gets the first 9 guys yesterday, 3 perfect innings, and you say to yourself, kind of Nola's back. And then, 2-run home run in the 5th, 4 straight hits in the 6th, and next thing you know, it's 6 runs in 6 innings. And, it's a dilemma. It's a nice problem to have going into the postseason. Who's going to be the rarely used 4th starter? But obviously there's still questions about that. Your main candidates are probably Nola, Walker Buehler, and maybe Taijuan Walker also.
It's going to go back to Friday night and get your take on Walker Buehler. What did you think of Walker Buehler, and do you enter him into the conversation to pitch start a playoff game?
Yeah, I put him in there, he's a guy to me, Mike. He struggled all of last season in the regular season when he came back from what it was his second Tommy John surgery for the Dodgers. He struggled in the first part of the playoffs, really found himself in the championship series against the Mets and went on to pitch well in the World Series against the Yankees. This year, he's been so-so for the Boston Red Sox. I just think the Phillies bringing him in tells you what they're thinking. That tells you that they don't trust Aaron Nola or Taijuan Walker, and they're searching for options. So I'm in the all options are on the table right now. You're going to need 3 to 4 innings, maybe 5 innings from one of those guys to win a World Series. I don't know who it is at this point, but all 3 would be on the table for me.
Yeah, Phil's take 2 out of 3 against the Royals, by the way. They're up 2-0 yesterday and really, have just, cruised to the NL East at this stage here. But how big is this series in terms of the Dodgers? Because you're throwing your 3 lefties here, and you get the chance to see how your 3 lefties would stack up, because there's been so much discussion of whether or not you want to pitch 3 lefties back to back to back.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. This is a measuring stick series to me. Obviously, the Phillies want to get that number 2 seed. They want to make a run at that number 1 seed, so the games are important for that situation. But I think these 3 games are going to be interesting to see how the Phillies sort of measure up against the Dodgers. They haven't seen the Dodgers since April. Now the Dodgers have started to wake up a little bit. They're playing better. A couple big wins over the San Francisco Giants over the weekend. Mookie Betts just kind of woken up a little bit from a really awful first 4 or 5 months of the season. So to me, you not only have the numbers, the playoff stuff, you talk about the Phillies being 4.5 up on the Dodgers for that number 2 seed. But to me, like you said, a little bit of a measuring stick here. How do the Phillies and Dodgers sort of, match up against each other? I think these are 3 fascinating games about to happen.
Now, 2 days ago, you tweeted at AC Press McGarry that the Phillies are the best team in baseball. When you say that, what stands out about them that makes them the best? Because there are still a lot of people, Mike, who just simply don't believe that this team is good enough to win a World Series. Yes, they're really good. Yes, they have X, Y, and Z. But you're saying they're the best.
Yeah, I'm saying right now that they are playing the best of any team in baseball. And to me, it's just the hitting. When they get hot and they hit like this, when everybody's hot, from Harrison Bader to Brandon Marsh to Max Kepler to Kyle Schwarber to Bryce Harper, when their bats are clicking, you combine that with their starting pitching and the presence of Durant in the back of that bullpen, I think they are the best team in baseball. Does that mean, it can't go wrong in October, that they might not be the best team in baseball, on October 1st, October 15th, October 30th? I don't know about that. But as of right now, September 15th or whatever it is today, to me, the Philadelphia Phillies are playing better than any team in baseball.
Now, Phil's tonight, of course, they'll play the Dodgers, so 3 late-night games. Philly's kind of under the radar here with the Eagles winning yesterday, and then they're going out west here to they got 2 West Coast matchups. They got the Dodgers with Suarez pitching, Sanchez against Ohtani tomorrow, and Luzardo against Snell. So you're getting playoff feel games right here this week. It's a shame these games are going to be so late at night. But those are the matchups this week. Suarez pitches against Sheehan tonight, Sanchez against Ohtani tomorrow, Luzardo against Snell on Wednesday. We'll see Walker Buehler pitch on Friday again in that series. And obviously, we got some news on Trey Turner yesterday, too, that seems like he might be ahead of schedule.
Yeah, that's what Rob Thompson said. We met, with the manager before the game, and he kind of knocked his wooden desk there. Trey, I think, is taking ground balls. He looks good, like he's ahead of schedule, will be able to come back. Alec Boehm looks good. I expect him to be activated soon. So it's really remarkable, Mike, when you look at it, the way the Phillies have played and the way they've gone on this tear without Trey Turner and without Zach Wheeler. It really is a testament to the talent and depth they have on this team that they've been able to do what they've done without their number one starter and arguably, the second or third most important bat in their lineup.
Well, Mike, it kind of reminds me a little bit of when the Braves won the World Series when Acuna got hurt and they had all those outfielders go down and they made all the trades to get these guys, and that was the team that ended up winning the World Series. It wasn't probably their most talented team, but something kind of clicked for that team, and you wonder if that's kind of what's happening with the Phillies team. It's when you least expect it.
Yeah, that's kind of what you have to hope for. I mean, as a baseball fan, it's tough for us to wrap our heads around. But, this October comes down to, I believe, matchups and whoever is hot at the time. And, all you got to do is get in, and then everybody has a chance. And it's matchups and who gets hot at the right time. And that's kind of what we're seeing this year again.
All right, Phillies, Dodgers, and the Phils have clinched a playoff berth. Now it will be where they seed in the National League playoffs. We'll keep our eye on that, of course, all this week. Let's go over to the Eagles, who 20-17 on the road at Arrowhead. The Chiefs fall to 0-2. Is that an impressive win? Do you watch that yesterday and say, man, don't care how you got it done, that's impressive?
Yeah, 2 things I take out of that game. Number one is, yes, it is an impressive win. Anytime you go on the road in the NFL, especially to a place like Kansas City, and you're facing a desperate Kansas City Chiefs team, that Chiefs team does not want to go 0-2. So anytime you go on that road and you win a game like that, kudos to you. It's a great win. It's a great 2-0 start to the season. But I see some signs, some warning signs on the offensive side of the ball. I don't think the offensive line played great against the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think the offensive line was great yesterday. And the lack of offense, specifically the passing game to the wide receivers, it concerns me going forward for the Eagles. But you can't take anything away from what they did yesterday. But there are some warning signs out there, particularly the play of that offensive line. Not to say that they can't fix it, get it back, but it is a little concerning to me over the first 2 games. And their inability to get the ball to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, also concerning to me.
Yeah, they certainly have not lit up the pass game there. They did not throw the ball very well again the other day, and they didn't throw the ball very well in week number 1 either. We'll see how that evolves. Too much tush-push. I know Adam Schefter said this game was won in March when they said that tush-push isn't being eliminated. He said the game wasn't won yesterday. It was won in March.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I know the tush push controversial, but hey, I mean, it's an advantage for the Eagles. They seem to be the only team able to do it on a consistent basis. You know, Mike, I would be in favor of banning it if every team could do it. If another team could successfully do it, or two more teams could successfully do it, then I'd say, well, we're changing the game. We're turning 4th and 1 into almost an automatic. Maybe we should ban it. But the fact that the Eagles are the only team that is able to pull this off, I mean, credit to them. If 10 teams were doing it, I'd say maybe we should ban it. But only one team seems to be able to do it consistently. You got to live with it. If you don't like it, figure out a way to stop it.
Think about this, by the way. The Eagles have now won over its last 19 games. They are 18-1. And them winning 18 out of 19 has, for the first time since 1933, the Eagles' franchise record is at 500. They are 635, 635, and 26. It took an 18-1 stretch to get there, but there they are. Defense played really well. How about that game yesterday? I had a game on. I couldn't turn it off. Giants and Cowboys, back and forth they went, and the Cowboys run the ball and settle for a 64-yarder to send it to overtime. They connect, and then they win it. But what an entertaining game, and, you know, a lot of interesting subplots now for the Giants and Cowboys in the NFC East.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it from a Giants perspective, right, you're 0-2 to start the season. You're 0-2 in the division to start the season. And most years, you know, you would be throwing up your hands saying, you know, the season is over, you know, we're done. But I don't think the Giants came in with playoff expectations. I think most of the fans like me were just looking for improvement, steps in the right direction. And there's no doubt that you've seen that through the first two games of the season, especially with the way Neighbors has played, the way the defense has played at times. Russell Wilson threw some great passes yesterday. So, yeah, entertaining game. Look, it's a low bar, Mike. At least they're watchable. That's what it's come down to. It's watchable, okay? I look forward to watching them play. But in a normal year, 0-2 in the division, you'd be saying, oh, we're in a lot of trouble. But I'm just happy that they're entertaining and you can watch the game.
Well, they'll play the Chiefs. It's a Sunday or a Monday night game next week.
I think Sunday night at MetLife. And again, 0-2 Chiefs coming in against the 0-2 Giants at MetLife. I believe it's a Sunday night game. Yeah.
And Washington lost as well. So Philly 2-0. They lead the division. Dallas 1-1. Washington 1-1. And the Giants 0-2. That was your NFC East this weekend. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Late night Phils. We'll be all over that on Wednesday because the series, we'll see how that will go against the Dodgers. If the Phillies win tonight, they win the division. If the Mets lose, actually the Mets are off today. So the Phillies, if they lose tonight, they still will not win the division. But they could really open up separation on the Dodgers for at least the 2 seed and close the gap on the Brewers for the 1 seed. So we'll be paying attention to all that when Mike joins us again on Wednesday right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Mike. Take care.
All right, Mike McGarry's appearance on the Sports Bash is brought to you by Broad Air Conditioning, serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. All right, coming up at 3 o'clock, Scott Grayson has Grayson's grades. They're posted right now at 97.3ESPN.com. No Phil's lineup today because that game is a 10-10 start, but we'll get you the pitching matchup. It's a good one all series long. This is probably the weakest of the pitching matchups, but we'll get that for you coming up as well. Plus, don't forget, listen for that sounder today. 4 more chances for that sounder to go off. Eagles-Giants tickets. I got them for you as well. And listen all throughout the show for your chance to text in and an opportunity to win Eagles-Giants Thursday night football tickets. All that and more coming up live from the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, text board is open, 609-403-0973. We're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Phillies and the Dodgers tonight. Pitching matchup for the game brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running strong year-round. Ranger Suarez goes for the Phillies. They'll be facing right-hander Emmett Sheehan, 6-3 with a 3.32 ERA, a 1.09 whip. That's your pitching matchup tonight, brought to you by Instant Services. Text board is overflowing with reaction today to that Eagles win. Josh, what do we got?
BC in Bowers Beach says, hey, guys, can we give an honorable game ball yesterday to Jake Elliott?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, he is back, baby. Over 50, 3 for 3 yesterday. If you had him in fantasy, he was cranking them out for you.
Yeah, he made one 50-yarder last year, and he's already made 3 this year.
Yep, he was excellent. He has been really good. And guess what? That changes the dynamic of how you can coach some of these games.
Yep.
You can now say, I can make a 50-plus yarder.
Ian in Northfield chimes in and says, guys, there's no right or wrong amount of times to use a play. Use something as long as it's unstoppable, and that's what the tush-push is right now.
I got no problem. Use it as many times as the down and distance calls for it. You know, if it's third down and short, you're going to run it. If it's fourth down and short, you know it's coming.
And what we saw yesterday is the play is not over until you basically get the first down.
Ain't that the truth?
Well, that's where Blandino said, well, I'm done with this thing.
Right.
They said it's impossible to officiate the play.
But then if you fumble it, you don't fumble it because your forward progress is stopped.
And then you can go off sides whenever you want, apparently, too.
Right. Yeah.
They were definitely going off sides.
There was at least 2 or 3 times they were definitely offsides or false starting, either one.
Gotta call it out.
Matt and K-May chimes in and says, the Eagles win. If you ain't down with that, I got 2 words for you. Tush push.
Well, the tush push should not be the prevailing thing that you look back on when your offense plays every weekend. That will be a problem if every week we're only offensively talking about. Now, you know, I thought the play that they threw that pass to Devontae Smith was very well done. I mean, you had Saquon Barkley slide, pick up a blitzer on the far side, and Hurts just basically saw the blitz coming right in his face. One-on-one, he noticed it, and he let Smith go run down and go get it. I mean, that's a big play. So they made some plays when they had to. They made the play that you were talking about. A.J. Brown catches that pass behind him.
Yeah.
That's a huge play in the game. You know, those type of things. So they did make some plays.
One more text squeeze in here. Call from LBI says, guys, the deal is that Hurts is limited. The tush-push O-line carries him. Yes, he's a great all-time game manager. He can throw the deep ball, but he doesn't work the field from the pocket. I disagree with the fireworks comment. What if you need to make a comeback to win? Is Hurts only planning on taking a lead and winning every game? That's from Cole and LBI.
I don't know if Cole watched the Super Bowl a couple of years ago then. Right? I mean,
I totally agree.
He was the best player on the field, and he threw the ball all over the yard. Does he do it every week? No. Did they ask him to do it every week? No.
Should he take more risks? Maybe.
Don't have to.
Doesn't have to.
Why put yourself in a position you don't need to be in?
Because don't you think eventually it's going to probably bite you? Or no?
Evidently not. They're 18-1 in their last 19 games. So, hey, they control the pace. They control the narrative. It's like a pitcher before the pitch clock. I'll throw it when I'm ready. Right?
Aaron Nola.
I can step off the mound and kind of like change the narrative, change the thing. Sports Bash Live here at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we got Grayson's grades on the way. What kind of report card did Professor Grayson hand out for yesterday's win? Find out coming up next. But first, I need caller 7 right now at 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You will be entered for a chance to see the Eagles-Giants Thursday night game at MetLife Stadium. You must be present to win at Maynard's at Margate on Wednesday, September the 24th. We will be live for the Sports Bash, and one lucky winner is walking out of there With a pair of tickets to see the Eagles and Giants Thursday night game at MetLife, you'll get 2 tickets to the game, transportation to and from the stadium on a bus full of Eagles fans. How about the Eagles fans yesterday at Arrowhead? They were so loud you couldn't even hear the interview with Hurts after the game. You could be on that bus and a full tailgate party. Caller 7. Good luck.
They can't protect the quarterback. Yeah. They can't run the football because they can't block anybody. And they got nobody that can get open. Look, Vic Fangio knew it, all right? He never blitzed once in the Super Bowl, right? And had 6 sacks in that Super Bowl. What's he do this game? A third of the time he blitzed. A third of the time. Why? Because you can't block, but you can't get anybody open in that time.
So you're saying that is a sign that he doesn't respect?
Absolutely no respect. Blatant disrespect for the Chiefs. That's what they're going to face until Rashee Rice gets back.
Blatant disrespect for the Chiefs offense is what Rex Ryan said this morning on Get Up about the way the Eagles called their defense. They blitzed 11 times because basically they said, we can send pressure for you because we don't think anybody can get open. And it was one of the reasons why the Eagles defense dominated the game, and they win 20-17. Now, the game's a little too close for comfort for some. We'll check out the report card. Grayson's grades are brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight for the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. It was a Super Bowl rematch that was nowhere near the same style of game. I mean, the Eagles defense dominated similar to the way they dominated the Super Bowl, in a completely different way. They didn't blitz at all in the Super Bowl. And then on Sunday, they blitzed 11 times in the game. They forced all sorts of problems. They had the interception. They were sacked twice, and the Eagles win basically behind the defense because the offense was a problem in the game. We'll get into that with Scott Grayson, and his grades are out right now over at 973ESPN.com. And, of course, after every Eagles game, you can check out Grayson's grades. One of the big things that you look at from the grades here is you didn't have a standout performer, really, right? You didn't have a big-time performer in the game, that on the stat sheet anyway. But we'll see which guys it stood out for him as Scott Grayson joins us right now here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We are live at the Fanatics Sportsbook today, and there's Professor Scott Grayson from Fox 29 and 97.3 ESPN.com. His grades are up right now, and let's go to the report card of the guys that did play well in the game because, we just heard from Rex Ryan. He said blatant disrespect, Vic Fangio, blitzing them because he never felt that they were going to get open, so he was sending pressure at them, never fearing. What did you think of the defense, how different it was yesterday from the game we saw in New Orleans?
I think that's absolutely what Vic Fangio needed to do. If he came out there with the same game plan that he did in the Super Bowl, I think that would have been, I think, egregious failure on his part because, the Chiefs are going to be ready. Probably to some extent, hey, it worked for them 7 months ago. Why wouldn't it work now? So I think that the whole blitzing thing, as you pointed out, there weren't really any receivers other than, say, Travis Kelce that you're worried about, right? So, and you have the linebackers now that can definitely cover him. Plus, you can bring Makuba in. You had options to blanket Kelce and frustrate him. So why wouldn't you blitz and make Mahomes have to make a play? And I think that was a great game plan on Vic Fangio's part. I loved, the addition of, Darius Smith. I thought that was great, what he was able to bring. They were able to get after Mahomes, and that's what they did, whether they did it without the blitz, 7 months ago. They kept him moving. And you make him, once you have the lead in the second half, you can make Mahomes make some bad throws or force things. And then you get turnovers. And, the one was on Kelce. However, he had to get rid of that ball a little earlier than Kelce was ready for it, right? So I think it's a little on both. And then it turned into the game-changing play. So, yeah, I like the way Vic Fangio went after Mahomes. I think that was a great game plan. But I still see overall, offense, defense, still some things to clean up here, and you would expect that 2 weeks into the season.
Well, we'll definitely get into some of the things, but on the grades, let's look at some of the things here because, one, Jalen Carter's return. How much did you kind of notice how much that return really meant to this team?
Yeah, you did. How can you not notice him? The only thing I will say is it seemed like he was so eager to try to make up for last week's mistake. And some of it was he didn't get 1 week of game reps under him. I think he was a little gassed in the second half. I think he was definitely getting a little tired and worn down. And was that because he just was going so hard, so early because he wanted to make up for what happened last week? Or was that because he didn't have all those reps to build on from last week? Either way, I don't expect to see that again. But, yeah, he was definitely a factor. It's like the same stuff I used to say about Fletcher Cox, they have to double team him. They have to triple team him. They have to pay attention to him, and it just makes life so much easier for everybody else trying to make a play.
Yeah, and you wonder, Zadarius Smith had a half a sack. He was in on some plays there. How much more he's going to be able to contribute. I do agree with you because I thought to myself, look, this is the first game, and Carter's probably doesn't have his wind behind him, and he didn't seem to have the same burst the whole game as normal. So the fact that he got that game out of his way, but how much is he going to open up things for the other guys? I think that'll be interesting, and how much of a role Zadarius Smith will end up having the rest of the way here. That was one of the big factors there. I want to get your thoughts because you gave an A as well to Jahad Campbell. I brought him up too earlier. I said, man, it's weird to see a guy wearing number 30 playing defense, but I thought 30 was all over the place yesterday.
He was, and he was the week before really too. I mean, his skill set and the tools that he has in his arsenal, make him so versatile, and he's almost like a Zach Vaughn 2.0. I mean, they both are very similar, but what Campbell's doing 2 games into his entire NFL career, it shows you how smart he is, how aware he is, how much he's a student of the game behind the scenes, right? He's obviously ingesting film. He's processing it, and he's able to spit it back out and learn from it and use it on the field, just like that. And I think it's really impressive for a rookie to be able to do what he's doing at the rate that he's doing it. Be able to run down the field with receivers, then also be able to go after, the quarterback when he needs to. He's definitely giving them another element. And again, it's like here's another player who fell to them. You got to give Howie Roseman credit. He had his eye on. He wanted to move up, try to get him, and couldn't, and he got him. And you gotta admire sometimes the way some of this stuff happens. But he is an amazing player. I can't wait to see what he looks like by game 16 or 17, right? I mean, I think him and Bond are working so great together, and I know Vic Fangio can't wait to even open the playbook more for him, right? That's coming.
Well, I'll be interested to see how much more or what they do differently when Nakobe Dean returns. That's a couple of weeks away still from happening. And if Nakobe Dean even gets his spot back when he's ready to play, and when he is back, how do they utilize Campbell differently if that's something to keep an eye on. He's the first-round pick. What about the second-round pick and the role that he had in yesterday's win? Andrew Makuba.
He's another guy who's flying around the field and doing things that maybe rookies aren't supposed to do 2 games into their career. Like Campbell, he was in the right place at the right time yesterday, and unlike Quinyon Mitchell, his hands actually work. They can hold the ball. And he did, that was a great play. And it was, lucky bounce. It bounced right in his hands and into his arms, really. And not only that, it was the way that he, too, was able to take it downfield and put 41 yards on it. Because, look, the turnover at that point is huge, right? All by itself. But then when you take and you get almost half the field back for your offense just like that, you can't underestimate that. Now, I know the guys in the locker room all gave him a hard time because he got caught by a lineman. But, it was impressive to watch, and I like seeing him out there in coverage, the way he's bouncing around. He's given a lot of credit to Reed Blankenship and talked about how much Reed has really helped him, which is funny because I just remember a few years ago when Reed was talking about other guys that had helped him, and now Reed's kind of the grizzled old veteran helping a younger guy. And so I think that's what you look at, Mike. Every layer, there's a young guy who's got a veteran kind of helping him along. With Campbell, you have Zach Bond. With Makuba, you have Reed Blankenship. You can't underestimate the value of that and how it plays and how much Vic Fangio is able to trust these guys. And I said this before. You look at what Vic Fangio does, and you can go back to last year and look at it. To me, it's pretty clear-cut. He only starts opening the playbook a little bit until he feels everybody's got what they need from that, and then he goes bigger into the playbook, goes deeper into it as we get further into the season. And you'll start seeing this defense do more things. And you mentioned Nakobe Dean. He's got these versatile pieces he can move around the field and disguise what role they're playing, that a quarterback has to look out there and just guess, is he actually this guy or that guy today? Or this position on this play, or is he that? And it can really drive a quarterback nuts. And I think that I'm excited to see where this defense is as a whole in 4 or 5 weeks.
All right, Scott Grayson, his grades are up at 97.3 ESPN.com. A couple more A's, too. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell, he did get beat on the one touchdown late in the game, but obviously he looked good in coverage, and his closing speed, too. And he made a tackle in the open field. I mean, I thought overall, other than that touchdown that he got beat on, that he played an excellent game, and you could see if anybody was worried that he was going to take a step back this year, it looks like that's not the case.
Yeah, and you talked about his closing speed, his coverage skills, and yeah, he had the one blown coverage. But what really impresses me with Quinyon Mitchell, Mike, is how active his hands are at the point the ball meets the receiver. There were a couple times yesterday that it looked like there was going to be a catch, but he's got his hands going all over the place as the ball is contacting the opponent's hands and breaking it up as they're going to the ground. And I think that's a hard skill to teach somebody. That comes with feel and timing, because if you start doing that too soon, now it's a pass interference, right? You're interfering the pass. His ability to do that and break up passes while the receiver is trying to tuck the ball or catch the ball, grab it, I think that is something that you can't underestimate either. And his ability, his skill set is just fun to watch. And just seeing him again, he's only in year 2. You look at this defense all over the place. It's really impressive to think about what they have to build on over the next few years.
All right, Scott Grayson, taking a look at some of the other grades on this list. By the way, Saquon Barkley also an A, and it wasn't like a 150-yard A, but he did certainly have his 22 carries for 88 yards. He had the touchdown, and I thought he had a pretty a solid game. I want to get your thoughts on the offensive line in this game, because it seemed that the line was giving – you gave him a C. It seemed that their line was giving Hurts time to throw the ball, but it wasn't they're not 150 yards, not a big game in the pass game. So you gave the offensive line a C. What are we seeing with this line?
Yeah, I'm just not seeing the consistency –
All right, Scott, we got a bad connection with you here. Let's try to get you back out, and then we'll bring you back into the stream here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And obviously, he gave him a C on the offensive line. And McGarry also said he didn't like what he saw from the offensive line. I thought the offensive line did a good job in pass protection for the most part. And they did have a solid game in terms of 22 carry, 88. Not a huge game. The big difference is I thought there was room to run for Barkley, but he didn't hit the big one. He wasn't able to get that big home run. But that being said, is C a fair mark? And here's what I would say. If C is a fair mark for the offensive line, and I think I would give him a little bit better than that. I thought they did, I thought they protected well in the pass game. I thought Hurts had some time to throw the ball. I just, without seeing the all-22, you can't tell if guys are open, that kind of stuff. So let's bring Scott Grayson back into the conversation here. You had a C grade for the offensive line. As I was saying, it looked like Hurts had time to throw. I don't know if guys were not getting open or what there. And then obviously the run game yesterday you saw 22 for 88, not a huge day, but that generally is because Barkley wasn't able to break a big one there. So why only the C grade for the offensive line?
I just don't see the consistency, snap to snap. I think they're still working a little bit on their chemistry. It doesn't seem quite as good as it has been in the past. Not to say it won't get there. I think they're developing that. And you hear the guys talking about that years past up until even, now. They all have to be on the same page. That chemistry has to be there. They have to know what the guy next to them is doing. And when you put even one guy in there, like a Tyler Steen, he's got to get on the same page now, especially with Cam Jurgens and Lane Johnson, right? And if they're not, that little hole that might not be there, it might be a little hole instead of a bigger one for Saquon to run through. Right now it's easier to tackle him. I also think teams, and now we've seen it through 2 games, trying to do more to make sure Saquon Barkley doesn't beat them. So you got to count for the fact that they've got to do a better job, and with everybody that's pressuring them, you've got to make sure that they're able to be on the same page to open up those holes. Now, to do that, they've got to be able to pass the ball, right? If you can't run the ball as well as you want, then throw some passes, complete them, make them loosen up on the line of scrimmage, and then you can get the run going. That's where I wonder about, and I didn't grade him yesterday, but I've spent some time here today thinking about Kevin Patullo. And you saw Tom Brady showing how these receivers were all covered downfield a couple of times. I just feel like the route schemes are a little bit basic. And I don't know, like, I'm not really blaming Jalen Hurts. I think he truly doesn't feel like he has anybody open enough to throw the ball to. Now, I know A.J. Brown says he's always open, but you look and you've got guys at the same level down the field running, routes out there. Well, that's easier to cover if everybody is about 15 to 20 yards downfield. You got to layer those routes, make it easier for Jalen to find an open window to throw the ball. And I just don't feel like they're running complex things right now offensively to be able to do that with the receivers. And that's one area that's got to get better. Now, you can say then, okay, is the offensive line blocking long enough? It does seem like Jalen does have some time to throw the ball. So that's where I start looking at, hey, okay, maybe it's not so much the line. However, the plays aren't successful. They're not getting done what they need to get done with those plays. So I put some of that on Patullo, and I put some of that on the offensive line. I mean, obviously, if you can give them a little more time, then things would open up. But I think the offensive line in general is doing okay. I just know they can do better, and I think they will.
All right, C grade. They're doing okay. Not bad, not great. We'll see if they continue to emerge there. Thoughts on the tush push and the role it played in this win? They used it 7 times. Adam Schefter said this game was won in March. That's when this game was won, when they wouldn't vote it out of the league, and the Chiefs couldn't stop it yesterday.
Yeah, no, listen, all due respect to Adam Schefter, because the guy does a great job. I wholeheartedly disagree with him. I don't think that game was lost by that ruling to have that play still in there. Because the Eagles, the Chiefs have to allow them to get within a yard or so to be able to run it. You don't want teams to run it against you, then don't let them get down to a yard where they can run it. Now, I will say going forward, and watch for this next week, they pointed out clearly the Eagles were false starting on it. At times the center is not, behind the ball. I fully expect the league to make that a point of emphasis for next week's game with whatever officiating crew is on that, to watch it like a hawk, to be ready to call that. And I think if I'm Nick Sirianni this week, I'm preparing my team for that. We've got to be crisper on that. We've got to make sure we're not doing this because they're going to be looking to throw a flag on us. But that's part of the game. And I fully disagree with Adam Schefter's take. The Eagles had to win that game. They had to win that game in many ways. That tush push was not it. And even with the 7 tush pushes, if Travis Kelce catches that ball and scores, the Chiefs probably win that game. Don't forget, Harrison Butker also missed a field goal in that game. So there are other ways that the Chiefs could have won this game despite 7 tush pushes by the Eagles. So I don't want to listen to it's the Eagles run it.
All right, Scott, we got a bad connection, but yeah, we hear what you're saying there at the end there. Grace's grades are brought to you, as always, by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight for the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Thanks to Scott Grayson. Yeah, I mean, he said, I don't want to hear it from him, and I agree. Listen, it's a play that's in the game. I don't think it should be legal, but it is legal, right? And
for another 16 games or whatever it is, right?
I wonder if you hear that sort of rhetoric after the game is over from a guy like Adam Schefter now, Dean Blandino getting involved, saying, I'm done with this play. At some point, I would imagine these people decide, all right, we're just getting rid of this
Well, because it was almost banned in the offseason. What, 2 teams? You needed 2 more votes? Is that what it was?
It's getting close.
Yeah, so.
Getting close. Eagles win, and the Phillies punch their playoff ticket. What's the bigger story from the weekend? Which team are you paying more attention to right now? At Mike Gill Show, you can vote. Let's update that. That's 54-46 right now. 54% to 46%. Which way do you think the people are voting? Phillies or Eagles?
I would still go with the Eagles.
We'll update the poll question on the other side. You can vote at Mike Gill Show or text in 609-403-0973. Coming up, you'll hear from Nick Sirianni, his day after press conference, and hear what he had to say about the Eagles and their win on the road at Arrowhead. The head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Nick Sirianni, speaks next on the Sports Bash. All right, 327. We're going to get to Nick Sirianni in just a moment here. Let's get the poll question up to date. At Mike Gill Show, clinched a playoff berth. Eagles are 2-0. Who you paying more attention to right now? It's 52-47. Who are you voting for?
I'm going Birds.
You're more into the Eagles right now.
For the next, couple games, yep.
Josh?
Eagles.
Wow. That was emphatic Eagles.
Wake me up when September ends, Mike.
Yesterday was a perfect game because they won, but there's still a million things to be mad about. That's my kind of game, man.
I did get the Green Day reference there, Josh. Well, the listeners right now disagree with you. 52% are into the Phillies more than the Eagles right now, which I'm actually surprised that is the answer. Right now, 52% are more into, they're paying more attention to the Phillies right now than they are the Eagles. You can vote at Mike Gill Show. You can text 609-403-0973. Let's get to the Eagles head coach, Nick Sirianni, who is taking the podium, and it's brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online at broadleys.net. Here's Nick.
to offensive coordinator, one thing you and the players talked about was the excitement of continuity, of him being in the building. Now that you're a few games in, how have you seen the benefits of that continuity when it comes to the offense?
Yeah, just the knowledge of the players, the ability to have conversations, and the connection he has with those guys. Again, communication is so key because you're just constantly trying to work to get better, and he's got great open communication with all positions on offense, and I think you see it in situational football. That might not be as obvious to you guys, but what we want to do in certain situations, you're way out in front of, and so that continuity in that aspect, knowing what the players do well, trying to emphasize what the players do well, and finding a way to win. I guess what we've been able to do the last 2 weeks, at times it hasn't looked pretty altogether, but we found a way to win, and that's the main goal. And that's a big key to that, Elliot, is knowing your guys and knowing what they do and what we need in certain situations and what we need to do to win that game in that particular day. And we found a way to do that. And so by no means are we a finished product. We need to keep getting better. That's our goal, is to keep getting better, play our best football by the end of the year. And there's steps to this, right? It's a process. And so I think that's where it's really shown.
We'll go to Jeff McLean and then Zach Berman.
Can Bob get you a tissue, Nick?
No, guys, I'm just itching my face.
Go ahead. That's not my question.
Oh, okay. Next question.
In light of Dallas Goedert's absence, you used a lot of 12 personnel. What went into the thinking there, and how did you think Grant and Kyler blocked?
Yeah, I thought they did a good job. They both came out of the game. We thought they played, did their jobs and did their jobs well. Obviously, the production wasn't as high as maybe it will be when Dallas is in the game. But they did their assignment and they did it well. So every game calls for a little bit something different, based off of, you always want to get your best guys in the game, but sometimes you want to get different looks on the defense based off of how they play. And so, that's what went into that a little bit yesterday. And sometimes you get on the ball, after you run, a 12 personnel play and you're on the ball again. And so you locked into another play there. So just the flow of the game, the way that kind of went. But I thought they did a good job, Jeff. And I think there's a really good play of Kylan on the perimeter on a little swing pass to AJ Dillon, where he really held his block in space for a long time. And, Grant was able to do that consistently throughout the game. And I thought, there's a play in the red zone where, I know we're talking about tight ends, but I'm talking about our fullback, Cam Latu, has this hit on a slice play on the defensive end that, would really help that run get us down to the 1 yard line, would ultimately led to us scoring. It was good blocking all the way around there because it's muddy down there sometimes inside the, in the red zone. But I thought those guys as a whole did a good job, and I know you just asked offensively, but those guys did a really good job. Maybe Grant's job on special teams was diminished a little bit, with him taking an extra step up on offense yesterday, but Kylan played a heck of a game on special teams, and so did Cam. When guys are able to have an elevated role and they come in and they do their job, that gives you more and more confidence in them. And it takes everybody. It takes everybody's role. And Kylan playing the type of game he did on special teams helped us win that football game. And so that's why this is the greatest team sport there is. It takes everybody: offense, defense, special teams, practice squad guys, getting the guys ready, the whole building. That's why I love this game so much.
We'll go to Zach and then Bob Brookover.
Hey, good afternoon, Nick. With the benefit of watching film, do you think there's validity to the suggestion that you have early movement on the QB sneaks? And either way, the fact that it's become a discussion point, is it going to require some type of adjustment going forward?
I think that what the one clip I saw of it was slowed down so much that I'm not sure you can see that to the naked. I mean, it was slowed down so much, and I get how we can manipulate things and show things like that, but it was slowed down so much, it was like, right? But we have to be, we understand that we have to be perfect on that play. And we'll keep working on being perfect on that play. You know, because I obviously, you know, someone shared that clip with me, and it's like, but, you know, again, can you see that in the naked eye, right? Well, there's things they do, too, on defense that sometimes you can't see to the naked eye all the time, or the refs can't see it also in that time to the naked eye. So you could do that with a lot of plays on football and slow it down. Like the referees have a hard job. They have to make split-second decisions that are happening at this speed. And so sometimes it's like you see that sometimes with like pass interference too. They slow it down where it's like really slow with the remote. You're like, well, yeah, this one, you can see that it might be on this. So, but we know we have to be perfect in that setting, and we'll work to get even better at the play and better with our timing. And I have no doubt that we have the right guys to be able to do it, and we will.
We'll go to Brookover and then Al Thompson.
Hey, Nick, could you ever imagine that when you first started running the tush push that it would become what it's become? I mean, this weekend it's become the conversation. People are talking about, you know, maybe you couldn't even won the game if you didn't have the tush push. And do you see teams trying to do different things? I mean, they lined up off sides. We saw Washington get frustrated last year. And you worry about injuries at all in the whole thing?
Well, there hasn't been any injuries yet, but you know, so we feel like it's, you know, when there's a lot of times they take space with the kickoff, they took the space out of the play to make it safer. Well, this is as tight as you possibly can be on a play here with the quarterback sneak, but yeah, I mean, I think it's an exciting play. I mean, obviously there's been a lot of discussion about it, and I think, you know, when you bring more discussion about a play, it brings more attention to football. It brings, you know, and so I think it's kind of a cool thing, obviously, that how much people debate it, how much people discuss it. You know, I'd be confident too in some of our other plays to run in that area. On those situations. But, you know, this play's been working well for us, so you keep going back to it. But there's alternatives, too, for us to be able to run that I think we'd be successful with because of the resources that we put into our offensive line and our quarterback and the guys that are making the play go. I think there's a beauty to it. I always think there's a beauty, too, and, like, everyone knows what you're going to run, and you can still get I mean, isn't that football? You know, man, they know exactly what's coming, and they, you know, either can stop it or can't stop it, and it's about the guys out there, like the physicality of the play and the toughness of the play. And Chiefs did a good job with it yesterday. You know, they made it really hard on us yesterday, but I think it brings you know, good attention to the game, and obviously I'm biased towards it, and you know, we'll just keep working to get better at it.
Thank you.
We have time for two more, so we'll go to Al and then finish with Bo.
Coach, you've always talked about how you want to develop good habits. You want your players to have good habits. Is the conservative play calling these first two games away? Is it part of the process of developing good habits and not turning the ball over? Obviously, you have not turned the ball over and you won both games.
Yeah, I think it always is going to come down to the ball. It's always going to come down to the ball. The team that wins the turnover battle a lot of times wins the game. I mean, protect it. We take a lot of pride in how we take it away. You know, whether that's how we catch it or how we strip at it, or the attempts that we get on them on the ball. And that, you know, sometimes on offense, it's not like it's not real sexy to say, you know, to be like, but it's the consistency of taking care of the football on a play-to-play, you know, basis there. So that consistency is huge in football, and so you know that's something we talk about an awful lot. We drill an awful lot. There's not a meeting that doesn't go by where we are not showing something from that. So and the guys, you know, go out and execute it, and they put a lot of pride into it. So, yeah, it's always we feel like it's always coming down to the ball, and that's why we preach it so much. But again, you know, conservative, whatever, you know, whatever, however you said that, right? Like different games call for different plays to be run, and then also the way the defense plays dictates sometimes there. And so it's, you know, you're never trying to be risk adverse because you still got to create explosive plays. And so, you know, and that's where an area that we have to get better at.
Did you win the middle 8? I'm
sorry?
Did you win the middle 8?
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Middle 8 minutes? I thought you would.
Middle 8 minutes. I don't know. I don't know yet.
I think we'll finish with Bo.
Nick, just as a smack talk appreciator, what did you make of Jalen's response to Chris Jones at the end of the game?
Who said I'm a smack talk appreciator?
Well, I think we can all infer.
Yeah, no, I don't know. They guys say stuff back and forth to each other on the field all the time. I don't try to get too involved in that.
All right, there's Nick Sirianni, obviously defending the tush push, saying that, hey, if we didn't do that, we think we have plenty of other things that we could do. And obviously, he felt a little.
It's a beautiful play. He called it. He said there's beauty in it.
There is beauty in it. You ever see from the view, like from up above it?
He will die on that tush push hill, no question.
All right, there's Nick today, and this hour is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. We got one more sounder to come. This hour on the Sports Bash, get your name in the hat to win those tickets. More Sports Bash live from the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, there's that sounder right now. Be caller 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. You're entered to win a pair of tickets to see the Eagles play the Giants Thursday Night Football, MetLife Stadium. If you're caller 7, you're entered to win those tickets. You'll get a ride to and from the game, plus a full tailgate party with a ton of Eagles fans. The Eagles bus is riding up to MetLife Stadium, and caller 7, you have a shot to be on the bus. You and a friend get a pair of tickets. You must be present to win. Live at Maynard's in Margate, 9306 Amherst Avenue on Wednesday, September 24th. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. Good luck. Caller 7, we'll see you at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Geoff Mosher is here today. He'll join us for today's Football at 4. As you just heard from Nick Sirianni moments ago, Football at 4, of course, here on the Sports Bash. And you take a look back at the Eagles' win 20-17 over the Kansas City Chiefs. Hey, listen, you go on the road in the NFL, it's tough to win. You go on the road in the NFL against a team that has had the run that the Chiefs has had, it's even more impressive. Now, I think we can all agree that this Chiefs team, on first sight doesn't really overly impress us, but they had a lot to play for. They were playing basically to get out of 0-2 possibilities, which we all know what 0-2 does to a team, and it's the third straight loss for the Chiefs. Let's bring in Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast and get his takeaways on that Eagles win, which, 20-17, probably closer than it should have been, but ultimately, Mosher, an impressive win to win on the road against a team that is basically, scratching and clawing to do everything they could to avoid an 0-2 start.
And, offensively, it was a grinded out affair for them. I think I'm a little surprised by, I don't know, I guess there's this sort of what's wrong with this passing offense and Kevin Patullo vibe that I'm sensing on social media and even listening to the show a little bit. And, I wrote a story on phillyvoice.com today, Mike, and it came out an hour before Nick Sirianni's press conference. And it's always good as a writer when you kind of break something down after watching the tape and then the coach says the exact same thing. So I know I'm on the same page here. They're just not getting as many explosive plays, and it's only been 2 weeks, as they were last year. There have been no Saquon Barkley runs over 16 yards. And then yesterday, there were probably 4 of those one-on-one situations on the outside that Jalen Hurts typically feasts off of. And he only hit 1 of them instead of 2 or 3 or all 4. And so that sort of, to me, makes up the difference from why they're about 60 or 70 yards behind where they typically are in their per-game offensive averages. I mean, explosive plays aren't there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, that's the big thing is the pass game is just not there. Again, last year we had a lot of similar questions like, what's going on with the pass game? How come it's not so explosive? How come there's not a lot of big plays in the offense? Do you sense, then, that those are coming down the road?
That's the only area where I would sort of disagree with what Nick Sirianni said, because I think you had to say it as a coach, where he said he'll work on it in practice, they'll get better at it. But you don't work, you work on your plays. Saquon Barkley not having a 60 or 70 yard run isn't something that's going to be perfected in practice. I mean, those come in bunches.
Did we lose you, Geoff? Sounds like we might have lost Mosher there. He will get him back on the phone here on the Sports Bash Live. And you talk about the pass game here. That's the thing. I'm not ready just to say, look, this pass game can't come together. I think they have to kind of build together and kind of grow this pass game together. But you're not seeing a lot of the shots down the field. Early in the game, there was a report from Mike Garafolo on the NFL Network that they were going to try to get A.J. Brown involved in the game early, and they did that. So, Geoff, if you want to kind of continue to expand on what we see from this passing offense through 2 weeks and then where it could go, really.
Yeah, and I was just saying, what do you work on? I mean, you run your offense, and you're hoping that you're going to hit those plays pretty soon, down to AJ or Devontae, and they finally got one of Devontae. And I'm sure with the Rams coming to town, we all know what happened last year twice. I'm sure Saquon Barkley's licking his chops, and he'll get an explosive play. But Mike, there's nothing different about the design of the offense, the play calling offense. I just watched it all, and it's not like I know everybody's circling Kevin Patullo, but I don't think he's doing anything from a formational or strategic standpoint that's much different.
Geoff, what you think of the offensive line? Because I thought there was a lot of time for Jalen Hurts, and that would be part of the
Great
pass
job.
game here is how come there was a lot of time but not a lot of success in the pass game?
I thought they did a great job. Honestly, I was writing down notes, and the one bad job I thought they did was, I think it was the first play, not even the first play. It was the first run Saquon had where Landon Dickerson allowed inside pressure, and Saquon got stopped. But for all the blitzing that they did, especially those zero blitzes, that requires a lot of communication, a lot of the correct slide protections, and from Jalen Hurts, it requires knowing that there's going to be a free rusher because those blitzes are designed to break down your protection schemes. And I thought he did a good job of getting rid of the ball and not taking a boatload of sacks and turning the ball over from that standpoint.
Yeah, the offensive line in the pass game gave him a lot of time. As you kind of talked about, 22 carries, 88 yards for Saquon Barkley. It seems like he has some room to run. He just hasn't had that big run yet to where he gets that 125, 150 yard. But I thought they did a good job in the run game yesterday.
The Eagles running or the Chiefs against the run, you mean?
No, I thought the Eagles up front did a good job. And then, it was just more that Barkley couldn't get that second level bust one open. That's where he generally gets you. But, 22 carries for 88 yards. I thought, for the most part, they did a good job running the ball. They just didn't get the big play.
Yes, that's true. I think the Chiefs do a couple of things really well. They set the edge very well, and they don't let Barkley get to the outside too often. If he did, he kind of had to fight and scratch and claw and stiff arm to get some extra yards. And so Saquon had his fair share of 3, 4, 5, 6-yard runs, and he obviously had a nice 13-yard touchdown run that was interestingly schemed, I'll say, because of the way they used Kylan Granson on it. But otherwise, the Eagles ran the ball deliberately, just get the explosives, and the Chiefs played a lot of two-shell defense, Mike, on first and second down. They were obviously not going to let the Eagles throw over the top of the defense early.
Yeah.
And they were willing to allow some of those medium runs to Saquon and let them move the ball that way, but they were also really good tackling and wrapped up well and just didn't let him get that second year.
Well, and Geoff Mosher's with us, Football at 4, and it felt like we're going to talk about the defense and how Vic Fangio really had a really good game plan, a lot different from the one before. You did see a lot of pressure, but it almost felt like the Eagles were so conservative on the offensive side of the ball because they didn't really fear Kansas City's offense.
Conservative is tough. I mean, I think you get forced into being a certain way based on the defense, right? You take what the defense gives. If they're going to play two safeties deep and not let you beat them over the top on first and second down, then you're going to run, then you're going to hit the middle, which they tried to do. And then when they do come at you in blitz, then you want to go deep. And they did, 3, 4, at least 4 or 5 times, all just that only one connected. And that's kind of how Kansas City plays defense. They force you out of your comfort zone. They don't let you just sit in the pocket and pick them apart. I mean, Steve Spagnuolo threw so many zero blitzes at the Eagles offense. And that speeds up the clock. So while Jalen Hurts is really good at those one-on-one balls on the outside the numbers, he's also good at it usually when the defense wants to blitz and it's picked up. It's like five-man rush and their offensive line picks it up and he can just step in and throw. But this time, yesterday, he had guys in his face while he was trying to step in and throw, and that's a lot more difficult.
All right, you look at, by the way, no Goddard yesterday. Did you think that affected the offense?
I do. I mean, I think it affected it, and even though they've won games without it before and just did it again, I think when we talk about maybe that lack of a second burst by Saquon or that second opening where he can really put on the jets, it's maybe because they just don't have the same kind of, blocking guy on the line as they do when Goddard's in. So they played a lot of 12 personnel, and Grant Calcaterra and Kylan Granson were the tight ends. But it's funny because Nick singled out one of these good blocks that Granson put on the edge on a swing pass. But for the most part, they would use Granson like as a motion tight end to take a defender out of the box and then run the opposite way. So really, they used him as a decoy to lighten the box. Or I don't want to say lighten it, but to get one guy or one extra guy out of the box. But basically, that wasn't asking Granson to block anybody because he's really not that much of a blocker.
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of had to get by with what they had, and they were able to. They ran honestly, like you said. They ran well. It's just they didn't run superbly, and you didn't get that home run that you normally get from Saquon. But the average per carry was decent enough, and usually that's what Saquon is anyway. Most of his runs are like that. It's just that they're always weighted. The end result, the last number, is always weighted by that 55-yarder or 75-yarder that he used to rip off, especially in the second half. That's where he was really golden last year, and it just didn't have that.
I agree. I mean, I thought they ran the ball solidly, not crazy. They got about 4.2, somewhere in that range. And then normally the big difference is he makes a guy miss or he just busts one for 50, 60 yards, and that kind of changes the complexion of his yardage and his average. But 22 for 88, they kept the chains going. Of course, they pushed it 7 times, so that brings your average down there. But I thought for the most part they ran the ball well. But I thought really, do you think the defense is ahead of where you thought it would be?
I didn't know what to expect. I was wrestling with it coming out of camp and into the regular season because, obviously we were all wondering how this defense would be having to replace all the starters, but we were also wrestling with the idea, well, the guys that you're replacing with were pretty integral last year in the team as rotational pieces. And you've got guys like Jordan Davis and the new physique and everything, and the young rookie defensive backs or the second-year D-backs who are all high picks expected to be good. So I don't know if this necessarily ahead. I would just say after 2 weeks, they've done a really nice job of playing sound defensive football. The linebackers have been excellent. The playmaking, like Makuba coming up with that pick, has been really good. And that's what you need,
Yeah, well, listen, I think a lot of people had questions about the defense. You're going up against a Chiefs team that obviously lacks the big play guys, but that was probably one of the worst days that Patrick Mahomes has had, and one of the worst that he has ever looked. I mean, they just looked confused. He just could not get into any rhythm yesterday. And I guess, you take a look at what Vic Fangio did. He didn't respect them at all, so he sent the house at them because he didn't think that anybody could get behind you.
Yeah, it's funny. The Chiefs, we know Andy Reid. He does not like to keep guys in very often. And Pat, he wants 5 outlets, and they've been great that way because Mahomes is so good at getting the ball to anyone, like buying time. But because of those blitzes that Vic was throwing, many of them he either got a free rusher because he broke down the protection scheme, or he just sent one more than the Chiefs could block because they didn't keep Kareem Hunt or Pacheco in for pass pro.
Yeah.
And so now it's on Patrick Mahomes to get rid of the ball. And I thought the big thing in that game yesterday, you can go, you watch on all 22 is, there were guys open, and he threw high, he threw wide, he threw not with his feet planted. I mean, he's Patrick Mahomes. So there were a bunch of plays that he made that were incredible as well. But you could just tell that he was not comfortable because he had to throw the ball faster than he wanted to, which any quarterback has to do if you got free rusher coming at you.
And, Geoff, there were plays to be made, too. I mean, he obviously missed the one where Adoree Jackson collided with somebody. I mean, that Thornton's running way. He had plays to make, and he did not make them yesterday.
And this is football. Like, the Chiefs, everybody can say, and I'm hearing a lot of this, like, bury them, they're done, they're not the same. I'm like, Travis Kelce doesn't really drop too many balls. He dropped one that just amazingly happened to go into the safety's hands and get returned. Or else that's a touchdown that they're ahead. The one that Thornton was overthrown, that would have been a touchdown. I mean, it's not like the Chiefs didn't have an opportunity to win this game where they were just shellacked from start to finish.
Yeah.
So that's football. It's usually those 5 or 6 plays that one team makes and one team doesn't that separates the good, why one team wins and why one team doesn't.
So let's get your thoughts on what Zadarius Smith added to the team and what he'll bring to the team. Is this a signing now that you have a better feel of what he'll bring and what he could do?
I mean, I think you got to be pretty impressed that he just arrived, in the week leading up, only had a few practices with the Eagles, and he's out there not only, providing like a rotational edge rusher, but there were like 2 or 3 run stops that he had that were really impressive. He was a jolt of energy for the team, and he's a good player. And it's I have a feeling it's gonna be one of those things where 6 or 7 weeks from now, people are gonna say, why did the rest of the NFL let a guy with this resume get to the Philadelphia Eagles? But the problem is, it's not like the draft. It's not like these teams bypassed him. He clearly, I think he said it, he was kind of like waiting around, being very, the Lions had interest. He was sort of being decisive, and then finally was just waiting for Philadelphia to pick up the phone, and it sounds like he wants, to get a ring and to join a good team like that. So it that's the beauty of having good culture, good reputation, so that people want to come play with you, so that, bam, when they made the phone call, he's like, yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it, right? And he had a factor yesterday, did get in on that sack with Andrew McCuba, who had a half a sack, or you want to say that he was the main guy there, but he also had that big interception, and he had the plays in the preseason. It's circumstantial, but he seems to be around the ball all the time.
He does. That's why he was, and I wrote this in my observation story. I think it's ordinarily pretty tough to get on the field for Vic Fangio if you miss a lot of time. If you're a rookie and you miss a lot of time in training camp and preseason because of injury, because you have so much to learn. But the beauty of Andrew McCuba was that he was such a good fit for Vic's defense from the start because of his playmaking ability, because of his intelligence, because he's played a hybrid role as a nickel in college before. So he has the understanding. He just, like you said, he knows where to be at the right time so far. And he can even overcome bad plays. It's not like he had a perfect game. He had a bad defensive holding that negated a sack. I mean, he got trucked by Patrick Mahomes on an 11-yard run when Mahomes lowered his shoulder into him. He had another, the Travis Kelce one-handed grab where he's holding the ball out like a loaf of bread. You see McCuba draped on his head, just trying to bring him down. And it felt like it was kind of a rough game at that point for him. And then he came through with a really big play.
Yeah, I know that obviously, last year you had a guy like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson with the 6 interceptions. Well, you got a guy in McCuba now. He has an interception. He also had a game where Sweat, last year you're replacing that. Well, you get a sack from Zadarius Smith. So the 2 replacement guys, they come up in this game. And the other guy was a Jomo. Milton Williams had a big day in the Super Bowl against them. Where are you getting that replacing that production? Well, yesterday, Ojomo not only had the sack, I thought he played on the other side of the line a lot yesterday.
Yeah, so the interesting thing was, while I was watching the tape, was that when the Chiefs had the ball and it was third down, the first drive for the Chiefs, had a couple third downs, it was Jordan Davis who was up first in the 4-man rush next to Jalen Carter, which, hey, the coaches have said they believe in this guy. Had a good game against the Cowboys. They really believe he's coming into his own as a pass rusher. We're not saying that he's Warren Sapp, but they just believe that he's really improving and starting to push the pocket there. And you've seen examples of it. And he got the first opportunities on the first. It's like hockey. I call it the number 1 4-man rush line. And then later it was Ojomo. And I thought this game, Ojomo was the more disruptive player next to Jalen Carter. On the second 4-man, whatever 4-man rush line you want to call it.
Well, I'll tell you what, the defense yesterday, you're on the road, you're playing against a team that knows that, it's basically throwing everything they can at you, and they just had every answer, it seemed like. And another guy that's, you look at, I know Mitchell got beat on the throw late in that game, but I thought he was excellent yesterday for the most part. I mean, he broke up everything. You saw his speed. So if you had any questions on whether Quinyon Mitchell was going to take a step back, these first 2 weeks has kind of shown that, he's only building off of that rookie year.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I think Cooper DeJean also had a really good game. He made some really important stops from the nickel spot that solidifies why illustrates why Vic wants him there so badly and is really reluctant to move him and is trying to live with what he's got at the corner opposite Quinyon Mitchell. So when you have McCuba playing well, when you have Cooper DeJean playing well, Quinyon Mitchell playing well, you're talking about 3/5 of your secondary since they're in nickel so much. That's all you can ask for, really. And it's not like Reed Blankenship was playing bad, and I thought Adoree Jackson played a little bit better, obviously, but he didn't have to defend CeeDee Lamb this time, but he played a little bit better. Now, you got the two guys from the Rams coming to town on Sunday, so we might be having a different discussion about Adoree Jackson, this time next Monday.
That's fair to say. Last thing, Adam Schefter says this game was won in March when they did not vote the tush push out. Obviously, it was a big topic during the press conference today. I imagine that Nick is trying to take it as personal a little bit, that they're saying you only won the game because of that play.
He said that? He said they won this
No,
game in March?
That's what Adam Schefter said. He said this game
That's
was.
What I'm saying. Schefter said that. Wow, interesting.
I can play the audio.
A little bit of hyperbole. I mean, I like Adam. He's great at what he does. But I think that is assuming that the Eagles would not be a good conventional QB sneak team, when I wouldn't make that assumption, because part of the beauty of the tush push in itself is that Jalen Hurts always goes behind the 345, 350-pound left guard and the 345, 350-pound left tackle, and he himself is squat 600 pounds. So you can't convince me that they couldn't just pick up these yards, with a conventional QB sneak as well.
Which is essentially what Nick was saying today. We have a lot of things that we could do, but, we don't know. We don't see those other things. We see this play 7 times. They ran it yesterday, and it helped them get a win 20-17 over the Chiefs. The Eagles are 2-0. The Chiefs are 0-2. It's on to L.A. to take on – actually, the game is here in Philadelphia, and, of course, you can listen to it right here on 97.3 ESPN. The Inside the Birds guys have plenty more on it. Check out the Inside the Birds podcast. Mosher is back on Wednesday. Thanks, man.
You got it. Talk to you Wednesday.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort and the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games. That's where we are today, here on a Monday. As always, we are live at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games. By the way, I want to congratulate Joseph from Pleasantville back in the 2 o'clock hour. Joseph was our first qualifier today. And our most recent qualifier, Joseph in Pleasantville and Rob in Cedar Run. You guys, will see you at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th. You have a shot to win Eagles-Giants tickets. And if you text in right now your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip, your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip to 609-403-0973. Fastest 5 text messages right now. You text in right now your name, where you're from, and the word Eagles trip. You must include the word Eagles trip to enter. The first 5 people that do it will contact you to let you know you have qualified for a chance to win Eagles-Giants tickets for the Thursday night football game. When we come back, Earnshaw's in the house with another edition of Nick's Nuggets. Let's see what the weekend Nuggets look like. A lot of injuries around the NFL.
A lot of backup
quarterbacks, including the return of Carson Wentz, it looks like, this weekend. The Nuggets are next on the Sports Bash. Live at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Welcome back. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Eagles win, Phillies win. You can vote in the poll question at Mike Gill Show. Right now, we ask you this question. Who are you paying more attention to right now? Phillies or Eagles?
Is it still 50-50?
No, it's not. It's 56-43.
Wow.
Starting to pull away a little bit. It's time for the Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub. Gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is back with another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Let's see what today's Nuggets bring to the table. Earnshaw as Phillies out in L.A. against the Dodgers. A little late nights this weekend. Eagles with a win yesterday. Phillies did clinch a playoff berth yesterday. They could have clinched the East, but the roller coaster took over.
Yes, it did. He pitched well, and he has that one bad inning. He even mentioned it after the game yesterday. We'll get into the Phils in just a couple minutes, but I got to start with Nugget number one. I mean, yesterday, it's another win. It's another W to the list. 18-1 their last 19. I see you have it scrolling at the bottom if you're watching on the X or YouTube channels at Mike Gill Show. Listen, they got a W again, but I have an issue. And I know you talked about it early in the show and throughout the show. You mentioned it with Mosher, Football 4. We got to play that audio from Adam Schefter again. I mean, this drives me nuts. Take a listen to Adam Schefter talking about why the Eagles won yesterday. Mike, Pete, this is just unbelievable. Take a listen.
This game was lost in March. This game was lost when the NFL owners refused to ban the tush-push from happening. It wasn't lost yesterday. It was lost in March. And there might be a lot of games that the Eagles play that are lost in March because this play is unstoppable. It not only does the defense not know how to handle it, but even the officials don't even know how to handle it. You're seeing the Eagles linemen jump off sides every play, and nothing's called.
It's a false start.
So the officials have no idea. Defenses have no idea, and the Eagles get to do whatever they want on every single play in the tush-push. And, again, I know people hate it, but they have mastered it.
So I want to respond to that because Dean Blandino on the broadcast yesterday also said he was done with the tush-push. They have the referee in the booth, Dean Blandino being the one for Fox yesterday. So the only reason now the national media is going to run with the narrative, I think Adam Schefter is great, does a great job, but this is a bad take. This is an awful take. We're just not going to mention that the Kelsey drop in the end zone, the non-fourth down conversion in your own territory, the turnover battle that the Chiefs lost, the 4 for 12 on third down that the Chiefs were, pressuring Mahomes, 2 sacks. None of that won the game, but one little play, a 1-yard game that they ran only 7 times yesterday was the only reason the Eagles won. I mean, I think that's just a lazy take. If you clearly didn't watch the game, if that's the only takeaway you have with the win yesterday. That's crazy.
I like how you said a play they only ran 7 times.
How many plays are in a game? I mean, 7 times. I mean, it's a chunk, but it's not the whole game. It's not the only story of the game why they won.
It's not the only story, but, realistically, the Chiefs and nobody else have been able to stop it, and that is a big difference in the game. It's extending plays. It keeps the sticks moving. They run it on third down. They pull it back out. If they got stopped the one time, they did it again on fourth down. They get it. Then they got stopped on the goal line. They challenged the play, didn't win the challenge, ran it again. It is what it is. I mean, the play is in the league. I don't think it should be allowed in the league, but it's in the league. And if it's in the league, you got to figure out a way to stop it. It is a big reason why they won the game yesterday because their offense was terrible otherwise.
Is this creating a narrative, though, on the national level that this play is bad for the game and it should be banned? Stuff like this from Schefter?
I can't imagine that the NFL likes the fact that their main newsbreaker
or do they like the fact, though?
And
maybe they want him to do that.
I don't know. And Dean Blandino yesterday, the guy who is a former official, and his role is to try to dissect the play, and he's saying, I'm done with this play. And his reasoning is, it's so hard to officiate the play. And he's not wrong. You don't know where to spot the ball on that thing. You're just guessing where to spot. You don't know if he's down. Did he fumble? I mean, because quite frankly, if you're the Chiefs, you're saying, hey, I'm on the bottom of the pile. I have this ball. And the officials are saying, I don't know where this play even stopped. So it's a play that I think is going to be under scrutiny, but you have it for at least this season, so you run with it. Who cares?
I know, but I'm just saying the narrative around the Eagles.
The narrative is not wrong, though. Without that play
only
yesterday,
win because of the tush push. The only reason they win is because of the tush push, not because Kelsey dropped the ball in the end zone and turned into a turnover. Not because they pressured Mahomes. He was bad yesterday too. They could have won that game.
Absolutely. My point is this, though. Yes, all those things happened. But if the Eagles don't have that play, who knows how many points they scored yesterday? I mean, quite frankly, were you all that impressed with the rest of their offense?
No, I wasn't that impressed with the rest of the offense, but I'm just saying it's not the only reason, the only way the Eagles won because of the tush push. It was a defensive battle of a game. Yeah, we act like that was the only reason that the Eagles won. Now we're going to do this every week that, they won the game in March because they didn't ban the tush push. That's the only reason the Eagles are winning. No, the Eagles have a good team. They have a great defense as well. There are way more factors than just the tush push as to why the Eagles won yesterday. I think it's a very unfair narrative that they're running with.
Well, I think their defense obviously, was a huge reason why they won the game. That being said, I thought Mahomes missed a lot of plays that were open that they did not connect on. So their defense did play awesome yesterday, but had a couple breakdowns that, yes, the Chiefs did not take advantage of. I can't sit here, though, and say, well, the Eagles would have won the game regardless because their offense was so good.
No.
They needed every bit of those 7 tush pushes to extend drives, and their offense was not all that impressive. So who knows what the outcome of that game. Maybe they lose that game 17-10.
But the fact that they're saying it was decided in March because they didn't ban the play, I think that's a little crazy. I can't just sit here and say, it's the only reason the Eagles won. No, the Eagles played really good defense. Mahomes made some mistakes. Kelsey made some mistakes, and they pressured them. The Chiefs could have won that game. They had opportunities to win that game. The broken coverage late in the ball game as well. And the Kelsey drive. Those are 2 massive plays in the game that change it. So are we going to talk about the tush push if the Chiefs win that game and they convert on those plays? No, probably not. But because the Eagles won in a close fashion, they're going to blame the tush push as the only reason they won. I think that's a little absurd.
Well,
it's a little absurd.
For Schefter to say that on a national TV show like that, it tells you all you need to know about what the league thinks of the tush push when other teams do.
I think most of these...
For him to go public like that and say that?
Yeah, I think most of these people think what I think. The play should not be legal. You should not have that play as a legal play in the game. But it is legal. So if it's legal, you use it. You don't complain about it.
Yep.
And if people want to complain about it, you just whatever. It is what it is. I mean, if that's the narrative at the end. Now, it might be the narrative that gets it taken out of the game. But you watch the game, and every time I see it, I'm like, this play should not be legal. There's a guy yesterday, I don't remember who it was. He literally just ran at like full speed into the pile and just pushed the whole thing forward. Like, you can't do that. You're not supposed to be able to physically push a guy forward. But for whatever reason,
other teams cannot get the quarterback sneak. They cannot get that yard on 4th and 1.
They can't do it. Only the Eagles can do it. That's the problem. Everyone else is allowed to do it. Everyone can try it. They just can't do it correctly.
Yesterday, the Chiefs had a key 4th down. They went for it. They didn't get it.
Yep.
I saw a game last night. What game was I watching? Where it was the Vikings game. They couldn't get the first down.
Yep.
I mean, they tried to get the quarterback sneak, and they didn't get the first down. And you're thinking, why are you not putting this play in? That's what the Eagles have going for them, is that they're converting it, and other teams are running variations of different plays, and they're not converting on 4th down. So the Eagles can at least say, hey, we're doing it, and it's working. This team tried. They didn't get it. The Vikings tried. They didn't get it. So that's what you have going for you. Other than that, I mean, if you were to say you're not an Eagles fan, watch this play. What do you think? You would say that play shouldn't be legal.
Can the Eagles get a 4th and 1 just by giving it to Saquon Barkley or A.J. Dillon or whatever?
Who knows? They don't do it.
We're going to find out.
They don't do it.
They do not do it at all.
Nor should they. If this play's legal, why should if this play is legal, which it is, why would you run another play to try to get a first down on that down and distance?
No, if you can't stop it, to keep running it. I have no problem with them running, but to say it's the only reason they won is a little out there.
I think that's a little bit of tongue-in-cheek. Him just basically, as you heard, everybody was kind of laughing about it there.
They think it's a big joke, don't they?
Well, but you're right about the fact that if he says so, I think Blandino, though, is a bigger thing than Schefter. Schefter's, I think, was made more in jest and fun. Blandino is the guy who's now the official. He's the Fox rules analyst.
He's supposed to be very neutral, right down the middle.
But he's saying this play's too hard to officiate. And if the officials started to say to the league, listen, we're having problems with this play, that's when you might have a different movement where the officials are saying, we don't know where to spot the ball. We don't know when the play is over.
They should be able to call a false start, though.
Yeah, I agree with
that.
that.
Miss and offsides or a false
Yeah,
start.
but did you hear what Sirianni said today about it?
No, what did he say about it?
He said the video that you're seeing online is slowed down so slow that it looks noticeable, but to the naked eye, you can't really pick that up.
Well, I mean, listen, if you can't call a false start, I mean, you have the Chiefs are also opposing teams are lining up over the ball too. So it's on both sides. Like you have guys lined up in the neutral zone and you have guys moving on the line. So listen, if you can't
what it causes though is chaotic situations that
and
the
NFL doesn't
officials
want that.
now exactly. It causes a chaos that the officials are like, I don't know what to do. He's offside. He's in the neutral zone. Last year you had Luvu jumping over the top.
Yep.
You've got all sorts. And then like yesterday, the official Blandino says, I'm watching the replay. I don't know where to spot this ball. Then, quite frankly, who knows if Kansas City, if that was a legal strip, did he get it before the guy was down? Who knows?
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be talked about every week. I feel like every week this is gonna be talked about. So
you better hope not, because if you're talking about this every week, that tells you that the Eagles' offense is got problems.
True, but I think they do have problems. I think they do have problems at the moment. I mean, it didn't look great yesterday. The play calling was pretty bland. But I listen. I agree with Tim here. I agree wholeheartedly with that. How can you be against it? I mean, keep running it. I just don't think it's the only reason they won yesterday. I think the defense had a lot to do with yesterday.
I'm not against it at all. If it's legal, run it as many times as you want. I said it, if you're not an Eagles fan and someone showed you that play and you were just a football fan and they said, what do you think of this play? You would say, there's no way this play should be legal. If you're an Eagles fan, of course you think it's fair. That's because we're not objective. I'm being objective here. I'm saying I'm not an Eagles fan. If you showed me that play and said, what do you think? I would say that play should not be allowed. I'm not asking for it to be outlawed. I'm just saying if you ask me as a football fan, not an Eagles fan.
I don't think with
Tim,
the way
you're better than that.
I don't think with the way the conversation's leading now, there's no way it's going to be legal next year. I think they're going to get the votes by next year. No way. No way it's going to be legal by next year.
Well,
I thought
one of the problems was they positioned it poorly. Like they were trying to make it like it was an injury risk, and there was no evidence of that, right? That was not the whole reasoning. It should have been you can't physically push a player. You're not allowed to do that on defense. So the offense has way too much of an advantage.
Well, there it is. Tush push. Eagles are 2-0, and I like what Jalen said after when he was kneeling to Chris Jones about him not having 100 yards. They won the game. That's all that matters. All right,
Keep
moving along.
stacking wins, man.
That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. All right, moving along. I want to mention your Twitter poll question of the day. Who are you paying more attention to right now, Phillies or Eagles?
Yeah.
You mentioned it's 56% Phillies. I think you gotta go Phillies here. I think Phillies is the answer because they're in a pennant chase right now. They gotta close out the division. And I'll add in a bonus nugget here as well. The Phillies will not play before 8 o'clock until Sunday afternoon. It's all 10 o'clock games, 8 o'clock games, 9:45. I mean, all these late games. They're going to probably clinch the division at 1 o'clock in the morning tonight. I got to set my alarm because I know I'm going to pass out. mid-game. It's just going to happen. It's how it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple late nights. 10-10 all this week against the Dodgers, and a little earlier this weekend against Arizona. But one of these nights, they'll probably get it done, and you'll probably have to see it. But, yeah, the poll question is up right now at Mike Gill Show. You can vote. Let's update it right now and see what it looks like. We've got, 57% are saying they're actually paying more attention to the Phillies right now than they are the Eagles.
That's surprising.
That's going up. I think you should. I mean, you're in a playoff chase. Now, especially when the playoffs start, it should be Phillies over Eagles.
Oh, yeah.
Still, not even close. You always go playoff over regular season.
Yeah, I just figured like the Eagles are just starting. You're coming off of a Super Bowl, and it's, the Phillies are 12 games up in the division. It's not like they're not going to win the division.
It's true, but you want to see them clinch it. You've been following the magic number every single night. And then yesterday was such a bad day not to get it done because now you got to wait, play the Dodgers. The Mets won yesterday. All you had to do was beat the Royals, sweep Kansas City. No, you can't have everything,
Well,
I guess.
Tell Aaron Nola stop giving up 6 earned runs every start.
Listen, he pitched well up until late in that ball game yesterday, and then he fell apart. He even talked about it after the game. He's like, I got to stop having that one inning. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but it's that one inning with him every time, it feels like, because he pitched well other than that.
Well, I'll tell you what. The game against the Mets, we saw the guy who looked like there's a little, I said, he let the back door, I unlocked it. I didn't leave a crack. I just unlocked the door for him to impress me. And then he went right back the other way where I had to lock the door again. He's out of my rotation.
He's still going to be he's gonna be in the rotation. There's no way.
What about Walker Buehler on Friday night?
Well, we talked about this on Hanging with Henning. I jumped on with Josh on Saturday, and what if they piggyback? Are you okay with an Aaron Nola getting through the lineup 1 to 2 times and then piggybacking him with a Walker Buehler?
I hate any idea of going into a game thinking about piggybacking because now it's a losing mentality. The whole concept of piggyback is a loser. I don't ever enter a game thinking piggyback because you know what that tells me?
What's the point of doing
going
that?
in thinking that my guy's going to suck.
What's the point of
lefties
piggybacking?
then? You're going three lefties then. You're going to start Walker Buehler.
What would be the point of piggybacking?
Because he's struggling to get through the lineup 3 times, and if you can get 2 to 3 innings out of Walker Buehler after Nola 3 or 4 innings, you get a couple innings to eat in the middle of the game.
That's a lot of assuming, though, that he wouldn't just blow up in the first inning.
I know. I'm just saying.
In that case, you would need another guy that has some length to him anyway.
Walker
and
Buehler.
It's not going to be Taiwan Walker.
Point. Yeah, that's the whole point of having Walker Buehler there. You would start Nola.
Well, you're going to
see
in this series. You're going to see in this series the 3 lefties are pitching back to back to back. Suarez tonight, Sanchez tomorrow, Luzardo is. And by the way, tomorrow it's Sanchez against Ohtani.
That's game 1 for me right there. That's game 1, NLCS, DS, you name it.
And then
that's my game.
It is Luzardo against Blake Snell on Wednesday.
This is going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Yeah,
Mets, Dodgers are right now
what?
the 2
if
teams.
There's one team that you would want to pitch your 3 lefties against, it's Dodgers.
It's the
Their
Dodgers.
best 2 hitters are Freeman and Ohtani, both left-handers. So this is a good matchup to get the lefties, and you're going to see all 3 lefties in the series back to back to back, and that's the way the Phillies might be setting it up for the playoffs.
Could be. All right, that's the Nuggets for today. Little 2.5 pack, I think, for you today because we spent so much time on the tush push. That's all I got, Mike.
All right, the Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw and the Nuggets are back again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. All right, the Eagles win, but coming up next hour, John McMullen will give us the insight from Nick Sirianni's presser today, and we'll get all the news and notes, some injury issues for teams around the league, but the Eagles seem to be pretty healthy, including Carson Wentz going to start for the Vikings. Looks like Jaden Daniels could be missing some time.
Oh, that's Marcus Mariota for me right there.
Marcus Mariota could be the starter there. So we'll have all that. Our NFL Rewind is coming up tonight at 5. Wow, that hurt. 5:30 on the Sports Bet. Oh, man, I'm
getting too excited about the backup quarterbacks.
Oh, man, I think I pierced my thumb with this pen. Oh, my God. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. By the way, Monday Night Football, we have a doubleheader for you tonight. We have both games. We have the Texans and Bucks at 7, followed by the Chargers and Raiders at 10. Both games you can hear on 97.3 ESPN. But first, I need caller number 7 right now. It's your next opportunity to win tickets to see the Eagles and Giants Thursday night. Caller 7, you're qualified. 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, you must be present to win at Maynard's at Margate on Wednesday, September 24th. You win a pair of tickets to go see the Phillies play Thursday night football at MetLife Stadium. It's Eagles-Giants on October the 9th. 2 tickets to go see the game. A bus trip filled with Eagles fans. All Birds fans going up to see the Eagles-Giants game Thursday night football at MetLife Stadium, transportation to and from the game, tailgate party, and more. Caller 7. Good luck. All right, final hour of the show. A lot of text on the text board we'll hit on in the next segment. But first, John McMullen's brought to you by BMW, Boardwalk Honda. Shop their pre-owned, certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. Johnny Mack, of course, Birds 365, Sports Illustrated. Kind of a weird game yesterday. Not the most aesthetically pleasing game, John, but kind of a dominant effort for the Eagles defense, and obviously the offense being questioned a lot. We'll get into that. But were you surprised? I wouldn't say surprised, I guess. They dominated the Super Bowl, but the way that they played a completely different style of defense yesterday, basically showing they had no respect for the Kansas City offense yesterday. They basically sent the house 11 times. They blitzed them. They pressured them, forced them into some mistakes and errant throws. It was just is the defense ahead of schedule from where you thought they would be, really?
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of warned people before this game. I thought the defense was going to play well. I don't know if that's a warning, but I just said, be careful because Kansas City's up against it from a skill possession standpoint. It was clear that Xavier Worthy isn't going to play. Obviously, Rasheed Rice is suspended. So you're talking about Hollywood Brown and Tyquan Thornton and Juju Smith-Schuster. So as you pointed, Vic very rarely blitzes, didn't blitz at all in the Super Bowl, somewhat famously, and felt very comfortable blitzing in this game because they just don't have any playmakers. So that's the NFL. It's not who you play, it's when you play them. And Kansas City is struggling right now from that perspective. And you look forward to this week with the Rams. And, if they play well against the Rams with Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua and company, it'll resonate a little bit more. Positive, certainly the performance, but you got to add that context to it. That might be the worst group of receivers they see all season.
Wow.
Not an overstatement.
Right. I mean, I want to get your take on a couple things defensively, too. Darius Smith, obviously, he had a half a sack yesterday, but, forget everybody looks at the sacks and that. But what did he add maybe that now the team, has that they didn't have before?
Yeah, I mean, he's a big-time player. He's a big-time edge rusher. They didn't have that before. He's a finisher. I think you saw straight off the street, he's the best pass rusher they have, bottom line. And I think it's only going to get better as he gets more conditioned and they put him in more plays. I think ultimately he will sort of usurp Jalen Hunt and be the second guy, probably be the first guy to be realistic. And then everybody kind of falls into place with Nolan, Jalix, and Josh Uche, who I think is doing a very good job as that fourth edge rusher in rotational role. So, I think he's going to be a big, big help for this team. When you saw it early on.
When you say big role, I mean, does that mean he plays more than like Jalix Hunt does, or you just have hey, you're going to play 15 to 20 snaps a game?
No, he's going to play more than that. They just started him out. I think ultimately he'll surpass Jalix. You do want to be somewhat cautious at his age. And, recently as a history, I remember a couple years ago, a lot of people were putting him in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation for the first half of the season, kind of wore down. So I do think you want to manage it a little bit, but he's gonna play, and he's gonna play a lot when he gets ramped up from a conditioning standpoint.
All right, John, you got obviously added him. Makuba was a replacement for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. You're looking at some new guys that weren't here in that Super Bowl game. Makuba, obviously, they sent him on a safety blitz. He gets the sack there along with Smith. He's in the right place at the right time for the interception. Now, in the preseason, he had a couple interceptions, and it was seemingly more, mistakes that the quarterback made. But, again, he just seems to always be around. I'm kind of want to get your take on what he is adding to this defense. Is this a guy that is an upgrade? I don't know. That's not really fair, but you know what I'm saying? Is he a guy that you're saying, yeah, you know what? They may have found something with this kid.
Yeah, I think you see the upside. I mean, I think his best play in that game, they ran a little mesh route. He came over the top, and he was able to tackle Hollywood Brown before getting the first down. I thought that was a really good play for a young player. Very reminiscent of Cooper DeJean against Jamar Chase in Cincinnati last year. Obviously better player and all that with Cooper, but very similar, going over the top and stopping him. And that's one of the concerns with Drew is his size, and obviously you got run over at one point by Patrick Mahomes. That's not a positive. And then the interception, yeah, I mean the interception is more on Travis Kelce. In the game, arguably the biggest play in the game. So he deserves credit for being in the spot. And you got to catch a carom ball, and that's not always the easiest thing. Even though it settled pretty nicely right into him, but that's one of those contextual plays that there are some interceptions that the defense back made a play, and that was one that just kind of pound off somebody, but there's something to what you said about being around the football.
You being around the football, the 3rd and 1 stop that he gets to score 10-10 in the third on that 3rd and 1, and that stop there is a huge play in the game.
Yeah, that was his biggest play. Like I just mentioned, that was the Hollywood Brown play where he stopped him, stoned him. And that was to me, that was his best play of the game. The other stuff, the blitz you mentioned, was sort of, taken by surprise. You don't expect him to blitz. So that's a lot of Vic Fangio scheming in the interception. But, anytime you're a guy who's showing up and people notice you, that's a good thing.
All right, John McMullen with us, Berth 365, weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. And, of course, Sports Illustrated, and you look at some of the other guys and the factors they had in the game. I want to get your thoughts on, because in the Super Bowl game, you had a big game from Milton Williams, Ojomo yesterday, who didn't stand out obviously in week number 1. He certainly had a standout game yesterday.
Well, I'm not going Milton in the Super Bowl, but
no, not that good.
Yeah, Milton, by the way, was crazy good for the Patriots yesterday. So he's so far early, but living up to a very big billing. But yeah, it's nice to see him get that first sack. I thought, Jalen Carter's presence and Jordan Davis continues to play well. I think those were the biggest stories with the defensive front. But it's good to get that first sack out of the way, even though it was later in the game and not a pivotal play. But hey, you got to get to 2 and 3 and 4. You got to get to 1.
What is Campbell adding to the defense?
Oh, a lot from an athleticism standpoint. Just, he's so long. You've seen it in the past with linebackers who are long and athletic. Tremaine Edmonds is one of those guys, and it's just really difficult. They make it really difficult to throw around them in zone coverage at times, so it's difficult for the corner. There's not a ton of terribly long linebackers, so I think his physical stature is sort of a problem, and then when you combine that with his athleticism, I think he gets on top of people quickly, and he's just a problem to deal with from an athletic standpoint. I think, as he gets more savvier to playing the position, I think it's only going to get better from that standpoint. But yeah, he can make plays on his athletic ability alone, and I think you're seeing that.
All right, let's switch over to the offense, because obviously they did not have a great day yesterday. Tush push talked about a lot. In fact, called out majorly this morning by Adam Schefter, who said this game was won.
I'm like Dean Blandino. I'm like Dean Blandino. I'm tired of talking about this. But I will say this. That play is done. It is, after last night, it is officially done. It will be taken over by the competition committee. They will say it's too hard to officiate.
That's the thing right
and
there,
so
right?
enjoy
Blandino's.
enjoy it while it's here.
It wasn't as much Schefter's comments that I thought was the nail in the coffin. It was Blandino yesterday saying that he's done with it because you can't officiate it. That's going to be the big problem, right?
Yeah, no question. And he's right. He's 1,000% right. So I know Eagles fans don't want to hear that, but they didn't see anything. They didn't see Landon jumping offside. They didn't see the defensive team jumping offside. They didn't see the Chiefs trying to punch the football away from Cam Jurgens. They didn't see anything. It has become untenable, this play, because everybody is so focused on stopping it, and everybody gets jumbled up, and everybody's jumping early. It is an absolute, can't say it on the air, you know what show.
I agree, and I
gotta go. It's gotta go.
Yeah, John, I got this text message from a listener. I said, I don't know what this guy's watching. He says, you line up the same formation for a traditional quarterback sneak as you line up for the tush push. You officiate a normal quarterback sneak the same way. I said, what game is this guy watching? I've never seen any other team line up the way the Eagles line up for that particular play. And then when they line up the way they do, it causes the defense to line up in ways that they never line up in.
Look, it's not – I get we're talking to mostly Eagles fans. It's not going to hurt the team. It's not going to – it's a bigger thing than one team. Yes, they're successful at it, but as I pointed out last year, they were more successful in the traditional quarterback sneak. If you go back to 2021, percentage-wise, they'll still be successful with the traditional. I would argue, and I've been arguing this for a while, more successful going back to the traditional because they can spread the field out and let Jalen Hurts work and just pick the bubble that Tom Brady was so good at doing in his time frame. But Tom also said the same thing. You're listening to the broadcast. They can't officiate it anymore. It has gotten out of hand.
Yeah.
And they don't want it in the game, and it's going to be out of the game. So enjoy it while it's here.
Well,
this is it.
And what Nick said today, he went on a long expository about it today. Obviously, he was asked about it, and he went on, well, we have a whole bunch of other plays that we could go. Well, they ran it 7 times yesterday. And, John, I guess the peel of the onion is that was maybe the most successful play they ran all day. What did you think of Petula's offense? Now, it's only a second game. I don't think it's ready to call the guy out and say that he's a failure. But what did you see from their offense?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been good. That's fair to say. I mean, 92 net passing yards. I mean, this is the crazy stat you're going to hear. The Eagles have had 4 games over the past 2 seasons. So this ain't the first one. They had these struggles last year. They've had 4 games with under 100 net passing yards over the past 2 seasons, and they've won all 4. Which is pretty stinking amazing.
Yeah.
There's been 22 other games where teams have had less than 100 net passing yards. They are 5-17 in those games, which is like, a 220-something winning percentage. It is crazy how this team is able to win different ways. It might be, and it's also crazy how schizophrenic they are on offense, because they might score 45 on you, and the next week they can't even get 100 passing yards.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It is, and I want to get your take, Joe, on the offensive line, because it seemed yesterday that they were giving Jalen plenty of time. Now you're seeing the game from the press box. You get to see, are their guys open? Are they just not there? I mean, it seemed like he had a lot of time to throw the ball if you're watching the game on television.
Yeah, I thought, and I asked Nick about that at his press conference, how they handled the blitz, because you expect it from Steve Spagnuolo, but he blitzed more than he has since 2019, so he even amped it up further. And Nick was very complimentary of basically everybody, even Jalen Hurts, but ultimately, I think most of it's on the quarterback, but people don't want to hear that. They're not good with hot routes. They haven't been good with hot routes since Jalen came. What they are good at is those go routes. I don't know why they don't throw more of them. They did it in the Super Bowl, and it finally worked with Devontae, which set up, the biggest touchdown of the game, the one that took it from 13-10 to 20-10. I don't know. I don't know why they don't do it more.
Mm-hmm.
You'd love to see them get into more sight adjustments and do some things that you see, but they're just not good at it.
Well,
simple explanation.
It's weird to say you're not good at it when you have the talent they have, and you look at that and say, but in the biggest game when they needed it the most, they were unstoppable essentially in the game against Kansas City. What did you think? 22 carries, 88 yards for Saquon Barkley. I mean, did the offensive line, did a good job up front there. He just didn't hit the big home run. That's where, you don't see the gaudy numbers that he was putting up last year.
No, I thought the touchdown, this is about 13 yards, I think. That was really sort of reminiscent of last year. Not the big explosion, but just the size of that hole. Cam Jurgens, Tyler Steen, Lane Johnson really opened that thing up, and it was an easy run for Saquon. That was sort of the first time you saw a little twinkle of last season when it came to the running game. But, it's been tougher. Guys, one thing everybody says about Kansas City defensively, they're very disciplined. That's part of it, too. They generally are in their gaps. And that makes it hard on the running back. And but I thought you saw some positive runs from Saquon. Issue with Saquon so far early this season, pass protection has been bad. Picking up blitzers has been bad. So that's got to improve.
All right. Well, obviously, this is a much bigger challenge. We'll talk more about it later on in the week. They play the Rams this week. Funny to say, though, much bigger challenge. You just played the team that went to the Super Bowl. I likened it. You're a wrestling guy, John. I said this feels like the guy who had a long run as the top face in the company, and now he's kind of sliding into the mid-card.
Yeah, nice analogy. Yeah, they're just, they're not what they were. And life moves quickly in the NFL. And they might get better, when Rashee Rice comes back from suspension, Xavier Worthy gets back, they'll have representative, at least, receivers on the outside. And they might be able to make the playoffs and get in that way and play their best football late. But right now, they didn't have much. And there's a reason Vic Fangio blitzed as much as he did, because he knew they didn't have much.
They didn't have much, right. He did. He basically said, I don't respect your offense to beat us, to get behind us, so we're going to force you to throw the ball quicker. And you saw Mahomes yesterday, who just probably the most erratic Mahomes that we've seen. He was all over the place. The Eagles gave them all sorts of problems. The defense leads them to a 20-17 win. And to win a game at Arrowhead, the Chiefs have now lost 3 straight games, 2 of the 3 to Philadelphia. That is no easy task to go to Arrowhead and beat them, especially knowing that they could ill afford to lose that game. The Chiefs are a 5.5-point favorite against the Giants this week. And, of course, the Eagles will play the Rams here in Philadelphia. We'll talk about it with John McMullen this week right here on the Sports Bash. Check him out tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. on Birds 365 and read all his coverage of the Eagles over at Sports Illustrated. All right, John. Thanks as always, pal.
All right, thanks, Mike.
John McMullen, of course, is brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. There you go. McMullen says the play's done.
R.I.P. Yep.
Yesterday's game will be remembered as the day that the tush-push died, says Johnny Mac. Now,
that means you have free reign to run it for the rest of the year. Go for it.
I have no problem if it's within the rules to run it. I'm just saying, like Glenn and Absekin, Glenn's a great texter, and he says the tush-push is just a quarterback sneak with some players sometimes pushing the quarterback and making a difference in the play. That's the difference. The quarterback sneak, you're not aided by the running backs, usually 2, and sometimes a tight end, a 3rd player, all pushing the pile forward. Give me another team that runs a traditional quarterback sneak with the formation that the Eagles used for that tush push? I've never seen one.
It'd be the tush push. I mean, with that formation and that
Exactly.
type of movement,
Well,
that's
he's
the tush
saying
push.
it's the same play.
It's not the same play.
I said, I don't know what game you're watching, dude. No other team lines up like that. No other team lines up with those guys literally, they're almost touching the quarterback. Like, watch the Vikings quarterback sneak, failed quarterback sneak, by the way, last night in the Sunday night game. Didn't get it done. Nobody helping them push forward. All right, when we come back, a little NFL rewind. Phillies tonight against the Dodgers. Phil, I see your text. What about the lack of adjustments at halftime? 10 total points in the second half. Yeah, they got problems on offense. I do think Petula's got to grow into this role a little bit.
A.J. Brown's not going to be silent forever.
He looked like he was having a good time in that tush push yesterday.
The media guys are going to keep on peppering him with those questions, and they're going to needle him until week 7, week 8, he explodes.
Listen for that sounder to go off. We got tickets for Eagles and Giants Thursday Night Football. We want to make this another home game for the Birds, so we're sending 2 listeners, 1 winner and their friend. The buses will leave in the afternoon from the South Philly Sports Complex, and there'll be a ton of Eagles fans tailgating when they get to MetLife Stadium. The coolers are stocked, and you will be there with subs, macaroni salad, potato salad, soft pretzels, and more. A DJ is going to be on. This is going to be a party. The winner is going to win a great trip to go see the Eagles play the Giants Thursday Night Football. Listen for that sounder to go off this hour on the Sports Pass, live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
The NFL has to take another hard look at this play. Now, again, this is a legal play, but the question is, how does the league move forward with this play, knowing the challenges that the officiating crew is going to have to deal with in terms of the offensive line getting the jump start on the defense with the false starts that aren't called? Is it the league throwing a flag every time they run the tush-push play and then they wave off the flag based on replay assist? I don't know. But something has to happen.
That was Chris Canty this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, and it's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at Whitehorse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. Weekday mornings at 6. You get Unsportsmanlike with Evan, Canty, and Michelle. There's Chris Canty. Now, I think he was breaking it down as good as you can. Is
it makes a good point.
The play itself is legal, but they're having problems officiating it now. That is going to be the narrative, I think, that will get this play probably taken out of the game.
And is the play just so off the rails now after yesterday's game that how the referees will officiate for the rest of this season, right? I think Grayson said it earlier that maybe they will have an extra eyeball or two on the line of scrimmage, seeing if there's a false start or what have you. So,
yeah, I definitely think it's kind of coming to the end of the road here with all the attention it is getting, especially in a game like that yesterday where it's an ugly game. And that just, the unaesthetically pleasing nature of the actual play, I think, adds to it all. You heard what Adam Schefter said about it. That is what Chris Canty said this morning on Unsportsmanlike. Here is what Adam Schefter said this morning on Get Up.
This game was lost in March. This game was lost when the NFL owners refused to ban the tush-push from happening. It wasn't lost yesterday. It was lost in March. And there might be a lot of games that the Eagles play that are lost in March because this play is unstoppable. It not only does the defense not know how to handle it, but even the officials don't even know how to handle it. You're seeing the Eagles linemen jump off sides every play, and nothing's called.
It's a false start.
So the officials have no idea. Defenses have no idea, and the Eagles get to do whatever they want on every single play in the tush-push. And, again, I know people hate it, but they have mastered it.
They sure have mastered it, and teams have not figured out how to stop it. Andy Reid talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, you try to get penetration is what you try to do and be able to stop it, but that's a pretty rough one. I might have had a couple of them that they got off a little early on, but we'll look at that.
So Andy Reid saying, look, it's a tough one. I mean, you can obviously hear he really had no answer on what to do for it. And then Nick Sirianni commented on the success of the play.
Teams are going to do everything they can possibly do to stop it. So you can see, some of the things. I won't get into that either. I don't want to give any other teams a clue to what they were doing. But, we're prepared for all those things, and the guys are prepared for all those things. But I think it always comes down to those guys up front. And Jalen have had a lot of success with that play, and, we'll continue to use it to our advantage.
Yeah, we're going to keep using it to our advantage. That's the big thing. You use it for as long as you're able to use it. And you don't want to apologize for that play being a part of your repertoire. I hear all the people talking about the fact that it's this, it's that. The official said it's legal, you keep using it, but I think its days are numbered. I think the moral of all of that story that we just heard from Canty to Andy Reid and everybody, and even Nick Sirianni, he said it at the end there. You use it to your advantage for as long as you can. I think we're starting to see the end of it. But everybody out there, do we watch that game yesterday and say, do we question whether or not the Eagles win that game without that tush-push?
Without the tush-push, yes, certainly. Now, of course, Travis Kelce drops the ball, drops a short touchdown, gets picked off by Makuba. That was a huge play of the game. Kansas City misses a field goal, huge play of the game. They go for it on fourth down. They get stopped by the Eagles' defense. Huge play of the game. So, it's just one play. Actually, it's 7 of them, which, that's the thing about it. They ran it 7 times, so of course it's going to get scrutiny. the day after.
It's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by White Horse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at White Horse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. The unsportsmanlike moment of the day, every day on the Sports Bash. And don't forget, listen to Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN. All right, let's get into a little NFL rewind from Week 1 and take a look back. You got 2 games tonight, by the way, the Bucs and the Texans. You can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN. Houston's favored by 2.5. I like the Bucs tonight.
Do you like the Bucs?
I do. I think the Bucs are always underrated. These are 2 South teams. The 2 South divisions are the worst. I like the Bucs tonight. I also kind of like the Raiders tonight. They're getting 3.5 at home.
I don't really like Geno Smith. I know he's a West Virginia guy. I just
He had
don't
367 yards and a touchdown last week.
He did, but he will always make that mistake.
I don't know if they'll win the game, but 3.5 at home, kind of like the Raiders in that spot there. All right, let's go take a look at some of the games from yesterday. Injuries were the story. Joe Burrow hurt for the Bengals. Looks like he's going to miss 3 months. So if you're a Jamar Chase owner like me, I got him number 2.
I'm a Joe Burrow owner.
Oof. But they won yesterday 31-27. Jake Browning will be the new quarterback there. That changes the dynamics of that division, even though the Bengals are 2-0. How about the Giant and Cowboy game? Now, that game yesterday is why you don't watch the Red Zone.
Why you don't want. Now, I did tune into the Red Zone after they took the game away from me to go to the Eagles-Chiefs game. I went to that Red Zone to catch the overtime. So I do appreciate Red Zone for that yesterday.
Oh, man.
Because that game was it was going to overtime, and they just stole it from us.
Well, they put the Eagles game on.
Well, they had to, but.
Yeah, I had the Eagles game on, and then on the laptop, I went to NFL Game Day Live, and they showed it over there.
Which was Russell Wilson, 450 yards.
Huge day for Russell Wilson. Also a big day for Neighbors, but the Giant defense, which is supposed to be like, hey, this Giant defense is going to be really good. They couldn't get a stop at all yesterday. I could not believe the way that the Cowboys on that play, they ran a running play to set up a 64-yard field goal. You got to have some cones to say, run a running play, and we'll try a 64-yarder just to tie the game. I could not believe they ran the ball there.
And you know what? They probably could have gotten a 5-yard penalty for a false start, and he would have made it from 70.
That guy, Aubrey, is a weapon that really is unbelievable. Now, the kicking this year, they have these new where each team can bring their own balls now.
I did hear that on the broadcast, last week.
That's changing the dynamics of the kicking game because everybody seems to be blasting long balls now. So that game was a lot of fun yesterday. The Giants lose. They fall to 0-2. The Cowboys are 1-1. The Lions put up a 50-burger, 52-21, and they were shouting at Ben Johnson in the game yesterday.
Yeah, did you hear Ben Johnson in the press conference after the game? Didn't refer to Jared Goff by name. He just called him quarterback.
They asked him, do you think they ran the score up on you?
I think so.
Well, a big game for Goff, 5 touchdowns, and the Bears, another pedestrian effort from Caleb Williams is what I saw in that game. That was my takeaway. Caleb Williams, you got conned by a con man. Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall pick of the draft. That's terrible. That's a fireable offense by the Bears. That you got pressured into taking him because you felt like if you didn't take him that you would have got too much pressure instead of taking. There's multiple quarterbacks in that class that are better than him.
Got to find one.
How many quarterbacks, Josh, in that class do you put ahead of Caleb Williams right now?
Bo Nix, right?
I mean, at least 2, if not 3 or 4. I mean, off the top of my head, obviously Jaden Daniels. I think Drake May is probably better than him. You mentioned Bo Nix, Pete. I feel like I'm forgetting something from that draft class. Let me look it up.
J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix.
See, McCarthy and Penix are hard because I haven't seen them enough. Like, I've seen more Caleb Williams in them years.
Well, they played against each other last night, and neither one of them looked very good.
Neither one of them could score a touchdown.
Yeah.
By the way, I think J.J. McCarthy hurt his ankle on that attempted tush-push play last night. I think that's where the injury happened.
Oh, that's the first injury of the tush-push hour right there.
There it is.
They didn't try a tush-push. They just did a quarterback sneak.
Well, they tried to run. The running back, Mason, ran up behind him and tried to shove him, and it didn't work.
Because nobody else knows what they're doing.
A half-assed tush push.
Rams beat the Titans. Everybody's talking about Cam Ward's throw.
I got
in that game.
I got it a little late. Pete.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Thank you.
But quite frankly, that throw is probably reckless. The Cam Ward throw yesterday. It's about the only highlight they had. The Rams win 33-19. Big day for Stafford. Devontae Adams had a big day.
Big day.
That's who's coming to town here.
Now, the Rams only scored 14 points last week. I mean, they struggled last week. They opened up the gates this week.
The Titans are terrible.
Titans are terrible. So, I mean, Eagles defense, they will not score over 30 points.
Listen, as of right now, I got to admit I was wrong. I thought the Titans would be much better because they have a real quarterback now. Apparently, having a real quarterback doesn't make up for the other problems.
Well, they have no weapons. Last year they had some weapons. They had no quarterback. They got rid of all the weapons, and now they have a quarterback. It's like they got nothing. Their defense is terrible.
By the way, really quick, Mike, you mentioned about the Caleb Williams thing earlier. I just looked it up. Would you rather have this quarterback than Caleb Williams? With the 150th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, Spencer Rattler.
No.
So there was at least somebody you would take Caleb Williams.
Rattler and Williams are very similar, though. Both erratic guys who think way too highly of themselves. Patriots beat the Dolphins 33-27. I don't know what Tua was doing late in that game yesterday. Dolphins at least had a pulse, though.
Yeah, they fought hard, but, I mean, McDaniel, it's obvious he's on his last leg there.
Yeah, to win the game, you got to win the game.
Right.
But you don't want to lose the game.
I mean, he's going to be the first coach fired, no doubt.
Niners beat the Saints 26-21. Mac Jones with 3 touchdowns. You know, when you look back at this whole situation for the Niners, and you have Mac Jones, do you regret paying Purdy?
No, you regret drafting Trey Lance.
Well, that's hindsight now.
That's years ago, too.
Nothing you can do about that, but you paid Purdy, what, $250 million that you possibly could be. Like, in other words, is Shanahan good enough that he could get a guy like Mac Jones? He got to a Super Bowl with Garoppolo.
Yep.
Mac Jones is probably more talented than Garoppolo.
Definitely.
Probably could have saved the money on Purdy and spent that money elsewhere and just taken a guy like Mac Jones.
Listen, there were a lot of NFL evaluators who said that Mac Jones was the best processing quarterback coming out of college, that draft class.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
So if you have a guy who at least mentally can do what you want to do, you know, why do you need to give Purdy all that money? I think you're 100% right, Mike.
Bills beat the Jets 30-10. Kind of a yawner there. You know, if you look at Josh Allen, you're looking for a fantasy day. He didn't do much for you, but the Jets offense, putrid.
James Cook sure did.
By the way,
I have James Cook on my fantasy team.
As do I.
Justin Fields, concussion protocol.
A lot of quarterbacks got hurt this week. Seahawks beat the Steelers. DK Metcalf trying to beat his old buddies in the Seahawks. Aaron Rodgers, nothing to talk about this week. It was Sam Darnold who had the bounce-back week. Big day for Kenneth Walker.
Big day for the Seahawks
Jackson
defense.
Smith and Jigba. Yeah, the Aaron Rodgers certainly did not look like he did in week number 1. Ravens smashed the Browns 41-17. Lamar Jackson, just a yawning 4-touchdown day for Lamar Jackson. Terrible day for Joe Flacco.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that Gabriel got some reps at the end of the game. I think, I think it's time to make the switch.
Well,
I understand Joe Flacco's a veteran.
What about the Shedeur Sanders that report that came out? The Ravens were going to draft him, but he didn't want to be a backup to Lamar Jackson.
Right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think it's time for Flacco to, I think it's time for the switch.
That's it.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that you're playing tough divisional games to start the season, yada, 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 but it's time.
What was Flacco's numbers in the game yesterday? He was 25 of 45 for 199. He threw for like 400 yards last week, didn't he?
Yeah, but they didn't score any points the week before.
Colts are 2-0. They beat the Broncos. Daniel Jones, 316 yards. A big day for Taylor, 165. And the Colts are 2-0, beating that Broncos team.
Yeah, Bo Nix and Sean Payton on the sideline getting into it.
Yeah, that wasn't pretty. By the way, how about Danny Dimes being resurrected by Shane Steichen?
Do it. Cardinals were up big, 27-3. And then here came the Panthers, roaring back. Bryce Young, 328, 3 touchdowns, but it wasn't enough. Kyler Murray, and they hold off the Panthers 27-22. And the Cardinals are now 2-0. 6-0.
They didn't cover the 6.5 though, so that was a loss for me.
Falcons 22-6, one of the worst Sunday night games you ever saw. Did you see the interview after the game with the kicker?
Yeah, Parker Romo. Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice
he
to
didn't
meet
know
you,
it,
Leonard
people didn't
Floyd.
know his name. He didn't know people's names.
She said, "You know these players' names?" He says, "Well, I know that's Bijan." He didn't know the other guy.
I hope you do know.
It's like this is Leonard Floyd, and they made them shake hands with each
Did
other.
you shake? He shook his hand. Leonard Floyd's hand was like a catcher's mitt.
Yes.
Against his hand, was so tiny. And that's a look back at week 2 here on the Sports Bash.
You mentioned Shane Steichen, though. Is that the best that Jalen Hurts has looked? Or not Hurts, I should say, the offense as a whole under Steichen?
As a whole, I would say yeah, because he was
For the whole season.
For the whole season, right.
Consistency-wise, right,
Correct.
the whole season.
Kellen
week after
Moore
week.
got some really great games out of him, but I think you're right. Steichen got the most full season out of him.
McMullen has always said that Shane Steichen was like the best play caller, one of the best play callers that he had been around.
Yeah, I think so. Which how do you get that back? If Sirianni was here the whole time, how do you replicate that?
Well,
Not hire
I'll tell
Kevin
you what.
Petula to be the offensive coordinator.
Not hire Brian Johnson or Kevin Petula?
I mean, it's like you got to try to. I think what they've been trying to do is like keep the terminology and the stuff consistent because of all the constant turnover.
But you won a championship with an outsider.
Yeah, but you heard what Mosher said earlier. He said they're running basically the same stuff.
Well, that's what Orlovsky was saying today on earlier. We'll have the audio tomorrow, Mike, which is he says they're asking A.J. Brown basically to run the same play almost every day, and he says there's no creativity.
Staying up for the Phillies tonight?
I will. I live for those 10-10 starts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I love it. But then I say that, and then
you
once
regret it the
midnight
next
comes,
day.
I can't do it.
Ugh.
I only last 7 innings.
All right, we'll wrap up the show coming up next. Don't forget, listen for that contest sounder to go off. You have one more chance to enter to win tickets to see the Eagles play the Giants on Thursday Night Football. Getting ready to get out of here. We're at the Fanatics Sportsbook, and of course, every Monday we hang out here at the Fanatics Sportsbook. You can stop out any Monday and come and see us. And Sebastian Maniscalco impersonator contest this Friday at Nola's Bar and Lounge from 7 to 8:30. Come watch as contestants from the first round of the Sebastian Maniscalco impersonator contest compete at Nola's for grand prizes, and then enjoy a night at Nola's with some music from DJ Gaborkis and specialty Sebastian Maniscalco cocktails. It's a night you don't want to miss. You want to go to that show? You're going to go enter the contest?
No. I do want to go to that show, though.
I love the Sebastian Maniscalco, the one about the people coming to your house. When people ring the doorbell, knock on the door. Back in the day, people would not ring the doorbell. You get excited.
Right.
Come on in. Have some Entenmann's. Maybe a cup of Sanka. Now people ring the doorbell. You're hiding underneath the furniture.
Everyone's got a Ring camera.
Yeah. Oh, man. Phil's tonight, 10-10. You're staying up.
I'm going to try and make it up, yep. But then once midnight hits, again, those lights go off.
Ooh.
I cannot stay
Well,
up.
like Earnshaw said, he said he might set the alarm for 1 o'clock to see if they ended up because if the Phillies win tonight,
they clinch the NL East.
They clinch the
NL East, right?
Yes. They've already clinched a playoff berth. But if they win tonight, they're pretty much going to get the 2 seed. But if they win tonight in the Brewers, this week, that's something to keep an eye on. They're only 2 back of the Brewers for the number 1 seed. All right. We're back tomorrow. Don't forget, this Friday, we're live on the road at Ventnor Social. Back at Ventnor Social for the last time this year. Well, hopefully we're there again.
I'll be there.
Thursday, we're at, I think, EHT Chickies and Pizzas.
Oh, really? I like that.
All right, everybody. Josh Henning produced the show. PG and everybody out there. Appreciate all the guests today. And you listening, all the text messages. We'll do it again tomorrow. Have a great night. 609-573-3776. That's the contest sounder right there. Caller number 7, 609-573-3776. You can win tickets to see the Eagles play Thursday Night Football, October 9th. We want to make this another home game for the Birds. We're giving a lucky listener a pair of tickets, transportation to and from the game from the South Philly Sports Complex. Plenty of time to tailgate with all Eagle fans on the bus. You must be present to win at Maynard's in Margate on Wednesday, September 24th. We'll be live at Maynard's, and we will select one lucky winner. Caller 7, it could be you, 609-573-3776. You'll have a motor coach bus transportation to and from the game, 2 tickets to the game, drinks for the way down, plenty of tailgate time, live DJ, food, and more. Caller 7. Good luck. The best of the Sports Bash Power Hour.